then yeah, okay, and that one is on. Okay, great. Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this beautiful building. It is my great honor to welcome you all to this symposium on AI, free speech, and human rights with some of the leading experts across various disciplines and from academia, industry, civil society, and even government. My name is Jakob Mshangama, and I'm the founder and executive director of the Future of Free Speech project, which since April of this year has been proud to call Vanderbilt University its home. We're particularly delighted to be hosting this conference with and at Vanderbilt during this Free Speech Week, signifying the deep commitment to free speech and open inquiry that Chancellor Diermeier has made one of the foundational values of this university. The Future of Free Speech project is dedicated to fostering a thriving and resilient global culture of free speech. Since our founding in 2020, we have published surveys on global attitudes towards free speech in 33 countries around the world, documented how online censorship laws adopted in European democracies are being copy-pasted by authoritarian states, and how content policies of major tech platforms often err on the side of removal rather than free speech, and much, much more. And there's more cutting-edge research to be published soon. But perhaps no issue is more crucial to the future of free speech than the impact of generative AI. And I'm leaving aside now the big existential and sensationalist questions about whether AI systems are conscious, if and when AGI will be real, whether AI will reduce humanity to fuel for machines running the Matrix, or whether it will usher in a new world that will draw the improvements in science, technology, wealth, health, and standards of living achieved since the Industrial Revolution. Those are crucial questions, but today's conference will instead zoom in on how the rapid developments and deployment of generative AI systems is already and will continue to impact the ecosystem of information and opinion that has been turned upside down with new inventions ever since the Gutenberg Revolution that brought us the printing press in the late 15th century. In terms of quantity, there can be no doubt that generative AI helps facilitate speech at an unprecedented scale, supercharging the already exponential leaps in available information made possible by the internet and social media. But what about the quality of AI-generated speech? Can we trust AI systems to avoid the worst forms of hallucinations and to provide accurate information, to improve our critical thinking and bolster our creativity and capability of generating new and important ideas? Or will AI systems be incentivized to prod our dark sides and reward propaganda, sensationalism, and hatred? Will governments weaponize AI systems to combine conformity, censorship, and surveillance? And how can we ensure proper guardrails without the cure becoming worse than the disease? Now, since the Athenian democracies some 2,500 years ago, free speech has been closely aligned with democracy or representative government, and these two values have prospered and suffered together ever since. This is also true in the 21st century, where we are living through a global free speech and democracy recession. Can we hope that generative AI will help reinvigorate free speech and democracy? And if so, do we need a new conceptual framework for free speech for Gen AI, or do fundamental rights such as the First Amendment and international human rights norms provide a framework suitable for the rapidly evolving ecosystem of information and opinion that we're trying to navigate? Now, these are some of the questions I hope the distinguished list of panelists and speakers can help make us think more clearly about. But panic over new technological developments is, of course, nothing new. Erasmus of Rotterdam may be one of the most prolific scholars, humanist scholars, who wrote a lot of things, but in 1525, he found that printers fill the world with pamphlets and books, foolish, ignorant, malignant, libelous, mad, impious, and subversive. And one of the reasons for that was, of course, a German monk called Martin Luther, who used the printing press to devastating effect, at least if you were the Catholic Church. Jean-Jacques Rousseau, famous French philosopher, sort of talked about the dark sides of printing and that he predicted that sovereigns will not delay in making as much effort to banish this awful art from the states as they made to establish it. And living under the censorship of the ancien regime in France, Jean-Jacques Rousseau knew what he was talking about. What about the telegraph? Well, then, in New York Times in 1858, the New York Times opined that so far as the influence of the newspaper upon the minds and morals of the people is concerned, there can be no rational doubt that the telegraph has caused vast injury. Superficial, sudden, unsifted, too fast for the truth must be all telegraphic intelligence. And on it goes, even into the 21st century, where I've taken former President Obama, who initially was an enthusiastic first mover when it came to the online sphere. Obama won the so-called Facebook generation, used the internet to mobilize younger generations to become enthusiastic about politics, and hailed the transformative nature and power of the internet. But then in 2020, after the presidential election, thought of the online sphere as the biggest threat to American democracy. So attitudes change. Very often when we look back, we tend to think, I hope many of us think, that the printing press was a good, that the radio was a good, and so on. But AI may be a different category altogether. It might be the first time in human history that new communications technology does not depend, or at least depends very little, on human input. So if you were a scribe, you needed to combine your brain and your hand to put something legible on papyrus or paper. The printing press relied on the proper ordering of movable type. Radio conveys whatever sounds human broadcast. And even social media platforms depend on user-generated content for something to, even if algorithmic distribution might have broad powers to determine who gets to see it. But generative AI relies on a few prompts to deliver persuasive arguments, to reason and perform what to humans appear as critical thinking about complex issues, and the capabilities to do so will only become better and more sophisticated. So this may be one of those times where history not only does not repeat itself, but doesn't even rhyme. Whatever the future of free speech in the age of AI, our best chance of making it one that benefits our species is to engage with these difficult issues head on, even if it's difficult to come up with any set list of definitive answers, let alone identify all the relevant questions. So I hope that the next couple of days will be characterized by a spirit of curiosity, inquiry, and intellectual humility. These traits have served humankind well before, and if generative AI can be harnessed to superpower these qualities, our future may end up looking very bright indeed. Before we start with our panels, I want to invite Chancellor Daniel Diermeier, Chancellor of Vanderbilt University, to give some welcoming remarks. Daniel, you have been a fantastic figure for us, welcoming us to campus and created an atmosphere where free speech is practiced not only in principle, but also on a daily basis. So Daniel, welcome, and thank you for being here.
Well, thank you, Jakob, for your kind words, and good morning, everyone. I want to welcome our guests from across the country to Nashville and Vanderbilt. And we here at Vanderbilt are extremely proud to join Jakob and the Future of Free Speech project in sponsoring these really essential conversations about the intersection of AI, free speech, and human rights. I also want to begin by acknowledging the situation I think that we all find ourselves at the beginning of the week with the horrific violence that we've witnessed in the Middle East this week. We have all here at Vanderbilt extended our heartfelt sympathy to all of us who have lost loved ones from the violence, and are now also those that are now in harm's way. As a university, we are committed to promoting and enhancing the much-needed debate and informed understanding that serves us is one of the great antidotes to hatred and violence. Gatherings like this one, in which people with diverse perspectives come together seeking greater understanding and collaboration, strengthen in their own small but important way the cause of collaboration and mutual understanding. So thank you again for being here. At a crucial moment when society is weighing the pros and cons of generative AI, we are proud and honored to convene this important symposium here at Vanderbilt. In our classrooms, laboratories, and performance spaces, we at Vanderbilt are trying to address and think about the most urgent and complex challenges of our time. And as I'm sure we all agree, the issues raised by generative AI certainly qualify. They are urgent because generative AI is here, seemingly out of nowhere. McKinsey reports that less than a year after generative AI became widely available, nearly 80% of all the business people they surveyed had at least some exposure to AI for work and outside of work. And over a quarter were using it in their daily work. And I'm sure we all have at least dabbled with it or experimented with it. And many more companies and institutions are now saying that they're using generative AI for at least one business function, over a third of them saying that they're doing it regularly. Adoption of these tools is expected to grow quickly and exponentially, and their capabilities will evolve at a similar pace. A year ago, Alexei Evros of University of Berkeley, estimated the half-life of knowledge in machine learning to be about 3 months. It's probably less now. In 2019, distinguished computer scientist Christian Szegedy estimated that a computer system would equal or surpass the problem-solving ability of human mathematicians by 2029. Last year, he changed his prediction to 2026. AI demands our attention right now. The questions, practical, legal, ethical, are numerous and complicated. How do First Amendment protections apply to generative AI? How can we make sure AI is used to protect speech and champion facts and is not deployed as a tool for disinformation, decisiveness, and censorship? How do we keep human biases from being ingrained in large language models? How do we make sure that generative AI tools benefit all people globally and not just the wealthy part? What constitutes smart regulation in this fast and evolving space? Does the future of generative AI lie in open source technology or in centralized corporate control? And what are the ramifications for workers, for privacy, for human freedom and well-being? At Vanderbilt, we are working through questions of our own as well. When you talk to people in the higher education space, one of the first things they always talk about is cheating. Right, and we have, explored this and many other aspects in our work here. We have received more than $304 million in external funding to advance cutting-edge discovery and innovation related to computing AI. And actually, before I came over, I met with one of the most distinguished computer science professors who's working on a gigantic AI model to help with both predicting and improving treatments of depression. So the applications are vast. We just had a wonderful, Ola is there, so he can testify to that. We had a wonderful dinner about 2 days ago among faculty across the board at Vanderbilt, and it was just astonishing the type of work that's going on and how much it is cross-disciplinary and really taking full advantage of the collaborative culture that we have. Professor Jules White has created one of the first, I think the first class in prompt engineering, and had over 40,000 students take it in a Coursera class. It just shows you how vast and important these aspects are. And to come back to my question of cheating, which keeps everybody. It was the first thing people ask about the university. What about essays, right? What about homeworks? Is that the end of homeworks? And so, we tried this like AI detection toolkit, turn it in, and then shut it all down right away because it didn't work at all. We got too many false positives. So that part of AI is not quite magical yet. So what's important for us is, as we're thinking about AI here at Vanderbilt, we're really taking a collaborative and cooperative approach that defines our culture. We call this radical collaboration, and which really means, collaboration at the core, at the root, radix, root in Latin. And we take this very seriously in our day-to-day work by really bringing people from different perspectives together to think about the hard problems such as AI. And so it's so wonderful to see that we have experts now from a whole variety of domains here, from law, free speech advocates, human rights, public policy, national security, computer science, data science, and so forth. This deep belief in bringing diverse perspectives together to think about the hard problems is really core to what Vanderbilt is all about. We're celebrating is there a sesquicentennial sign somewhere here? No sesquicentennial. There it is. It has to be one by law. There has to be a sesquicentennial sign in every room. This is our 105th anniversary. And so we go back and we look, to the founding mission of Vanderbilt. And when Vanderbilt gave what was then the largest donation in the history of the United States, $1 billion at the time, it was to intend to create a university that would bring together a divided nation in the context of a university. Now, of course, at that time, there was the Civil War that had ripped this country apart. But what I loved about this was the idea that it's a university that can fulfill this function. And that tradition has really guided us ever since. One of my great predecessors, Alexander Hurd, in the mid-'60s, hosted speakers at diverse on campus, and very controversially was at the time Martin Luther King, Stokely Carmichael, Storm Thurmond, and Allen Ginsberg. And he famously said, a university's obligation is not to protect students from ideas, but rather to expose them to ideas and to help make them capable of handling and hopefully having ideas. Wiser words have never been said, and they're as relevant today as they were in 1967, more than 5 decades ago. So this is something that we are constantly engaged with. And to bring back to the original question, or to the original issue that we're also so engaged with and thinking about and affected by, which is the violence in the Middle East, you probably followed the controversies at Harvard, at Penn, and at Columbia, which of course bring the issue of free speech yet to the forefront now in the context of the horrific violence that's happening there. At Vanderbilt, we have addressed this head on, these issues now in a variety of different ways, and I'm glad that Jakob mentioned that we don't just preach about it, but we try to put it in practice. And the putting in practice, our commitment to free speech, principled neutrality, and civil discourse, that's where things get really tricky. And so we launched this year a new initiative called Dialogue Vanderbilt, which is teaching our first students and other members of our university community how to engage in constructive conversations on challenging topics. And we've just talked about this at the beginning, I've been really heartened how well our students have been able to deal with and process and discuss the events of the last few days without resorting to mutual name-calling and attacking each other. Really, really impressive, and gives us a sense, I think, of confidence and hope that we can move forward into a direction that's much more productive and more in line with what universities should do. I also want to say something about this location. We're very proud that this symposium, and I think symbolic, that it is located at the John Siegenthaler Center. And there's a beautiful Siegenthaler quote in one of the rooms over there, because that has been a center of free speech and open dialogue for a long time. Of course, John Siegenthaler was a tremendous champion of that. This now has become the home of Dialogue Vanderbilt and will also house a whole variety of programs and centers, such as the Vanderbilt Project Unity American Democracy, headed by John Geer, who's right here, Justitia's Freedom Speech Project. Notice that I pronounced the Latin correctly, Jakob. And our own open dialogue visiting fellows programs, where I just talked to one of the visiting fellows yesterday. So I love the fact that we have this wonderful space that is a manifestation of the concepts that we hold so dear, and that we can bring all of our initiatives related to free speech together in this room and have the symposium here really is our inaugural event. So, you've heard about technologies, a little like a crash course in history about how people have reacted to transformative technologies over the years. Of course, you never know whether this time is different, right? And so people always say this one is different, but then you look back and it wasn't so much, or not in the way we thought, but we don't know. And so the question really is whether AI will radically transform how we think, how we learn and work, how we process and come to understand the world around us, and how do we as a society deal with this tremendous technology. Clearly the AI bullet train has left the station, and it's crucial that we pay attention, ask hard questions, and draw the right conclusions when necessary. Your contribution to this symposium will make all of this possible. So I want to say how delighted I am that you're here to join us. Thank you for being here, and thank you for the work you do every day. I wish you a rich and rewarding 2 days, and I look forward to the conversations. Thank you.
And so now is time for our first panel on the First Amendment, human rights standards, and AI governance. And so I'd like to welcome Alexandria Walton, Eugene Volokh, and Joan Barata to the stage. You will have to put up with seeing a bit more of me because I will be your moderator for this. I promise this will be the. Oh, I'll be moderating one more panel, but otherwise we do have other people moderating panels. So.
To do real-time research. What if something comes up I don't know the answer to?
All right. Yes, it does work. So, as mentioned, this panel will deal with the standards and norms that surround freedom of expression, some of them established a very long time ago, that have served democracies really well. The question is, how well do these standards and norms hold up when it comes to generative AI? Do we need to think differently? Do they apply? To which extent do they apply? And some of the questions that I hope this panel can engage with is AI-generated content protected by freedom of expression? To what extent are users granted human or constitutionally protected rights to access information through AI systems without excessive governmental interference? And what guiding principles should private AI developers and deployers consider when shaping and implementing their content policies, particularly when balancing the scales between speech and potential harm? And we have a wonderful panel with us today who can provide expert perspectives. Alexandria Walton, Google Policy Lead for Global Human Rights and Free Expression. Alexandria is responsible for coordinating the company-wide human rights strategy at Google. I'm also delighted to welcome Eugene Volokh, professor for a little while longer at UCLA Law School, teaching First Amendment law, author of numerous textbooks. He's also the founder and co-author of the Volokh Conspiracy that some of you may have, may be avid readers of. I see some of you smiling, so some of you are familiar with it. And soon a senior fellow at the Hoover Institution at Stanford. So you're moving from Southern to Northern California very soon. And I'm also delighted to welcome my colleague, Joan Barata, who's a senior legal fellow at the Future Free Speech Project. Joan works on freedom of expression around the world. He just came back from Manila, As I said to him, I'd love to have your miles because I don't know anyone who travels so extensively championing free speech around the globe, involved in projects with international organizations such as UNESCO, the Council of Europe, and the OSCE, and really one of the foremost experts on the human rights standards applicable to freedom of expression. And that's actually where I'd like to start with you, Joanne. Talking about how international human rights, and in particular Article 19 of the United Nations International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, so a global human rights convention signed by most states in the world, can protect freedom of expression and access to information in the context of AI-generated content. It's interesting to look at the wording of Article 19. It says that freedom of expression includes the freedom to seek, receive, and impart information and ideas of all kinds, regardless of frontiers, through any media. Now, that sounds promising. So how do you think of Article 19 in the context of AI-generated content?
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation and for the introduction. Indeed, I think that Article 19 is very promising in this sense. Problem is that this is so far an unexplored territory. Because while we have articles, we have reflections on whether AI-generated content is protected under the First Amendment, this discussion hasn't taken place, as far as I'm aware, in a serious manner when it comes to Article 19. There are, let's say, analyses. There's a report from the UN Rapporteur on freedom of expression on AI from the point of view, and freedom of expression from the point of view of the harms that the use of AI may have on let's say, fundamental rights, but not this positive perspective saying whether Article 19 protects AI-generated content. And if I may briefly dissect a little bit Article 19, first of all, there's a reference, the first word of Article 19, International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, the universal framework that defines the scope of freedom of expression, the limits to freedom of expression, and the limits to the limits. This is why Article 19 is so interesting. It starts saying everyone has the right to freedom of expression. This everyone seems to refer to human beings. So here we might have an issue because this everyone has always been interpreted in the sense of human beings. But this is only just the first, just a first conclusion. It's also interesting that Article 19 also refers to information, opinions, and ideas of all kinds disseminated through any media. And here we have some interesting, these might take us to some interesting conclusions, because Article 19 has been interpreted in a very generous manner when it comes to this idea of content of all kinds through any media. And this for sure, I think, protects not only content that has been generated with the support of AI systems, in as much as there's some sort of a human intervention, some degree of human intervention, but also, let's say, the editorial choices made by those who design AI systems to produce speech. That would also be protected under Article 19. But still, we may say there's something that would perhaps be left out, which is cases where content that has been produced by AI systems is completely detached from the human being that designed the system. And there we might still have a problem when it comes to this everyone, all types of content. And there comes this definition of the scope of freedom of expression that you referred to in Article 19 that says the freedom of expression encompasses the right to impart, okay, it's active dissemination, but also to impart, seek, and receive information. So we need to look into this from the perspective of the audience, of the receiver. And Article 19 has been interpreted in the sense of giving the human right to receive information, the human right to have access to content, no matter how this content has been produced, no matter how this content comes from. So we need to look at this from a human rights perspective, and I think the way Article 19 is designed, that the protection to AI-generated content that cannot be directly related to a human being comes from this right that citizens have to seek and receive information. So that it means that if a government interferes, if the government says AI systems cannot produce or cannot be dedicated to produce political speech, that certain forms of speech are, let's say, for humans only, that in this case, I would see a violation of Article 19. And I would see, and if I may make a comparison, if you wish, there has been about internet shutdowns and the right to access to internet. Say, the right to access to internet is not, or internet, having access to internet is not freedom of expression as such, but it's an instrumental right for the exercise of the right to receive information. And therefore, internet shutdowns are a violation of the right to freedom of expression because they prevent citizens from having access to information. And I think that this construction that has already been made by some international human rights courts, particularly the Court of West Africa, that has had to do with internet shutdowns. This is something. This is not something that we've seen in other parts of the world. So it had to be a court in Africa that has dealt with that. Has declared that the access to the internet is not freedom of expression as such, but in as much as it's an instrumental right, not allowing you to have access to the internet is a violation of the right to freedom of expression. I think that we could use this kind of approach to as an enabling right to protect, let's say, freedom or understand that AI-generated content is protected under Article 19, including also, for example, the prohibition of prior censorship. Certain forms of regulation of AI, again, preventing certain uses of AI, could also be seen as a form of prior censorship, which is not clearly prohibited by Article 19, but some, for example, the American Convention on Human Rights in Article 13 clearly prohibits censorship. So I think that this is a promising territory. We can talk a little bit more later about also the limits, because also, I mean, because of course, I mean, as it has been mentioned, AI-generated content can be the source of very serious risks, and the AI-generated content can go beyond the limits of the right to freedom of expression. No? How to regulate that? We have certain instruments under Article 19. My question, I just finished with that, is that whether these instruments, the three-part test, we can talk about it later, are really suitable, can really work when it comes to the kind of content that we are talking about here. So I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Joan. Eugene, I want to turn to you. So the First Amendment arguably provides the strongest legal protection of at least political speech of any nation in human history. It has a very high bar for when government restrictions are applicable. And with Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act, there's also this concept of American internet freedom exceptionalism that basically, in large terms, immunizes social media platforms from user-generated content. How do you see the First Amendment and Section 230 being applicable to generative AI? This is something that you've written about. I refer you to the Journal of Free Speech Law, which is founded by Professor Volokh, and which has a very fascinating deep dive into these legal questions. But it'd be great to have your sort of perspectives on this.
Sure, thank you. So the First Amendment analysis is very similar, I think, to what we heard about with regard to international human rights law, at least in the big picture. So let's get concrete. Let's imagine the government says, you know, we think these AI systems are dangerous because they can spread bad ideas. We're going to prohibit them from publishing racist views or publishing views that oppose transgender athletes in women's sports, or publishing pro-Hamas views, or publishing views that urge violence against police officers, let's say. Would that be constitutional? I think the answer is no. And there are three possible ways in which it could be unconstitutional. One is by saying that is a violation of the rights of not the AI programs, which have no rights, at least until they get so generally intelligent that we might conclude that they are persons. Certainly we're not there yet. But the rights of the companies, just like the New York Times has the right to publish what it wants, just like business corporations have the right to publish what they want. A lot of what is output by the AI programs is guided in some measure by the training and the positive and negative reinforcement that is then added on top of the training based on just the large data sets and the selection of the data that goes into the data sets. So OpenAI, the company, or the LLC, and in the case of Bard, Google, for example, could say, we have our own First Amendment rights here. Of course, one possible objection might be, well, look, the thing that you're outputting, it isn't the result of any particular training. You were surprised that it would output that, so it's not really your speech. An interesting question. But then arise, under American law as well, two other rights of listeners. One is the right to receive information. And there's a case, actually, it's the very first case that struck down a federal statute on First Amendment grounds, Lamont v. Postmaster General in 1965, where the law restricted the sending of communist propaganda from foreign countries. A lot of it was by foreign governments. It's not at all clear that a foreign government has First Amendment rights especially to send things from abroad. But Americans have First Amendment rights, including, the court said, the right to receive this information. This burdens their right to receive it. So that's one possible theory. And the related theory is the right to gather information. And this is, the Supreme Court has mentioned it, but the most prominent examples of it actually being applied have been in lower courts recently. And they have to do with video recording. Video recording often of police officers or other government officials, or perhaps non-government actors doing various things. And the courts have generally said that attempts to restrict such video and audio recording, which are present in some states, are, at least in many situations, unconstitutional because they interfere with a person's right to gather information as preparatory to then redistributing it. And the kinds of restrictions that I'm talking about would indeed, I think, likewise violate the right to gather information. Now, so I do think they have First Amendment rights. First Amendment rights are not unlimited. So, for example, there are two court cases now proceeding, one in the Federal District Court for Maryland. The other has now been sent back to Georgia State Court, where people are saying that they have been libeled by AI output. And not because the AI picked up false statements from training data, but because AI hallucinated things that do not appear in training data. I think that that is quite a viable claim under the right circumstances. It's an interesting question what it means and how you map concepts of mental state, knowledge, recklessness, negligence onto AI output. I actually think that Section 230, though, is not relevant in a lot of these controversies because, again, the concerns are often not just about the AI parroting something that somebody else had. That's where Section 230 protects online content and service providers from liability for material provided by others. Mm-hmm. But the concern is about it coming up with its own stuff.
So it's not user-generated?
Exactly. It is the company-generated content. So I think that there could be viable claims against AI companies, but only based on the well-established exceptions. There is no hate speech exception. There is no anti-police speech. There's no pro-genocide speech exception under First Amendment law. But there are exceptions for libel, for example, and a few others that might be relevant here. Now, I do think there are also interesting questions about what we should think about about the AI companies trying to block the production of certain kinds of ideas or certain kinds of information. And now that's not a First Amendment matter because they're not the government. The First Amendment binds only the government. But it certainly is a free speech matter. And if you're concerned about the rights of listeners and the rights to gather information, you might worry about how these large, very large private companies might burden that. But I take it that that's going to be the subject of a later question, so I'd be happy to save things for that.
All right, thanks, Eugene. Alex, so how do you at Google think about, if we focus on free speech and access to information, what kind of standards should be guiding your policies, your enforcement of them? We've for more than a decade, we've been talking about content moderation issues, and the problems, the thorny problems of those seem to be sort of pretty mundane compared to the thorny issues of generative AI. So Google is committed to using human rights principles. How do you think about implementing them and balancing sort of the voice, the speech rights of users versus specific harms? I mean, obviously, Google is not the government. You're not. You're protected by the First Amendment, but you're not obliged to live up to and respect First Amendment standards of your users, and you're not signatory to the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. So, how do you, as a big global company with a huge impact on the public debate through your products, how do you think about these issues?
Yeah, and am I on? Okay. I think for us, I would zoom out a little bit and maybe start with where we begin is that we believe that there is a positive power of technology, and that's what we're seeking to harness in everything that we are developing and deploying. And so if that's sort of the high level mission and goal of what we're doing, then that requires us to have sort of a governance structure for how we think about these things systematically across our various products, including the sort of core products that everybody knows that are integrating generative AI components, and then products like Bard, which are just a new kind of specific product focused on generative capabilities. Across the entire company, we have these sort of human rights commitments that we've made. That's to the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights. And so that means we are committed to the ICCPR and the International Covenant also on social and political rights. So those are things that we do take into consideration when we're thinking about how we should develop our policies. That is part of how we think about what it means to be responsible in doing content moderation, and in particular in the generative AI context as well. At a high level, so we're focused on making sure there's this responsibility piece, but then we're also focused on, we're a business and we require user trust in order to sort of maintain users to all of our products. And so that means we do have to think about what are the rights we need to respect and what are the expectations that users have when they come to our platform. And so we think about rights, and then that informs sort of how we think about users' expectations, but we also engage with billions of users all the time, and they are telling us what they want to see from our products. And so that informs sort of how we think about harms and our sort of trust and safety teams, which you'll hear from their leadership later today, about ways in which we're building that into the guardrails of those products. But maybe just to underscore that certainly there are a lot of and I'm one, US-trained lawyers that work at Google, and so we come from a First Amendment tradition. But we're a global company, and we have to think about how our products are going to be used by people everywhere around the world. And so we're committed to Article 19 as a standard that informs sort of how each individual product policy might look, and what restrictions we might consider as part of, we want people to have access to information, and we want that information to be authoritative, and we also want to make sure that we are not feeding people hate speech, that we're not feeding people misinformation and disinformation. And so that really does, a human rights framework equips us to do that. Again, the First Amendment, I think it's worth also pointing out that many of the large companies that have made these incredible strides in research and development are US-based companies, and we've been able to build these really incredible things with the legal framework that exists in the United States. And so I think that's an interesting kind of thing to point out when you think about how the technology is developed, but we are also using international standards to inform how we're deploying the technology around the world.
So I'd like to continue with you, Alex. It seems, if we go back to sort of the early days of Silicon Valley, techno-optimism, John Perry Barlow's famous Declaration of Independence of Cyberspace, that sort of, I think, informs sort of the early first movers of Silicon Valley. But it's fair to say that the tune has changed a lot. It's kind of less focused on voice and expression, and perhaps more on mitigating harms, real or perceived. And it's certainly also the case that governments are pushing back a lot more than they did a decade ago. So as a big company, you don't necessarily want to get into a fight with the European Union, for instance, or other actors who can fine you. So when you look at those human rights principles, how willing are you to push back? Did you use them to actively push back against governments saying, listen, you have signed up to these international treaties, so when you come and ask us to remove content or to, say, limit our AI, just of the output of BART, for instance, to censor various things, which I'm sure governments are already in the process of doing, what's your line? What do you say when they do that?
Yeah, I mean, it is we do absolutely use our commitments to human rights and governments' commitments to human rights to remind them that when they're asking us to do things that seem to be inconsistent with those standards, we use that as an opportunity to remind them of that. You can see us do that in comments we filed in kind of early DSA or early terrorist content regulation, in Europe in particular, but also many other places around the world where regulation, like India, Brazil, lots of places where there is content regulation happening, and we are reminding governments that they have a duty. We have a responsibility to respect human rights. They have a duty to live up to the obligations that they're treaty bound to. And so certainly we see every time there's regulation or individual requests, which show up in our transparency report, as an opportunity to kind of remind everyone that we have these obligations, and that companies share them along with governments.
Eugene, let's get back. You wrote this wonderful article called Large Libel Models, and where you take sort of real examples of AI systems hallucinating and coming up with defamatory statements about, I take it from your article that you say, you could easily imagine a situation where you would be liable for such hallucinations. Can you sort of very briefly describe, how that is, and what do you expect will be, the consequence for this for the design of such? Because if you're OpenAI or Google and you risk becoming liable for hallucinations, that might deter the deployment of such systems, and it might make you build in filters that will over-remove content and restrict useful access to information out of fear of becoming liable.
Sure. Well, there's this guy named Jeffrey Battle, Jeffrey with an E-R-Y, and he's I think, retired Air Force officer. He's now trying to be a consultant on aerospace matters, bills himself as the aerospace professor. He's apparently an adjunct professor at the Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University. And I don't know if this is happening now. Part of the problem is that things change pretty quickly just in the output of any such program. But if you, when I was testing it, if you run in Bing a search for Jeffrey Battle, it tells you all that. Jeffrey Battle, aerospace professor, retired air officer, adjunct. However, Battle was also convicted of seditious conspiracy against the United States and sentenced to 18 years in federal prison. Now, there is a Jeffrey with an REY battle to whom that happened. And the first half of the output is actually quite right. It's about Jeffrey battle. The second half is quite right. It's about Jeffrey battle with an REY. The libel is in the words, however, comma, battle, right? It's in the message that the two are the same person. By the way, in this case, they have different spellings of the name, but of course, it could have equally well happened if there was somebody, or two people with exactly the same name. Now, if a newspaper did that, it'd be pretty clearly libelous. Now, you might say, well, it wasn't negligent. He's probably a private figure, so negligence would be the right standard. You might say it is negligent. You should have checked. You should have checked for the possibility that there are multiple people with the same name. But certainly, once the newspaper was alerted to this and then kept publishing stories like this in the future, then I think it would be liable under so-called actual malice, which means knowing or reckless falsehood theory. Well, Battle says he actually alerted Bing to it, alerted Microsoft, essentially. It's run, I think the underlying software is by OpenAI, but OpenAI and Microsoft are obviously in cahoots. So he alerted them to it, and they said they'd do something about it, but they didn't. And again, by the time he filed his lawsuit, when I tested it myself, the output was still happening. So I think that might very well be libelous. Now, in this case, because he'd given them essentially, you might think of it as notice and a demand not to take down, but to block the generation of this, I think that he might prevail on that theory, the knowing or reckless falsehood theory, because at this point, the people, not the software, the people at OpenAI and Microsoft know there's a problem. Now, to be sure, it may be really hard to retrain the large language model to stop generating this, but you don't have to necessarily retrain it. You could have a post-processing software that basically says, here is a list in our database of all of the assertions, and I oversimplify here, but assertions that we've been alerted our software outputs and are false. So when we're about to output something, we're going to look up to see if any such assertions are being made in that output, now that we are aware that those are false. And by the way, there's no dispute here that it's false. That is false. And then stop outputting that, just not output that material. Again, I oversimplify here, but I think that should be doable. The other interesting question is, what about a negligence theory? What does that mean for large language models? And I think the answer can draw from the law of design defect for products. Like, let's say that I'm hit by a self-driving car, assuming there are, at some point there are going to be true self-driving cars. I'm hit by that car. And I say, you were negligent. Well, who? Not the car. The car doesn't have a mental state. The company, but what does that mean? Maybe it negligently designed things, like it failed to recognize pedestrians in certain kinds of situations. And not just failed, but unreasonably failed, because design defect theory is a negligence-based theory. So let me just close with one example. This didn't come up in the Battle case or the other hallucination libel case, Walters v. OpenAI, but it comes up in a lot of things that have been publicly reported about it actually not just hallucinating output, but hallucinating quotes with hallucinated citations to real publications, that's the problem, and hallucinated dates. So you might say, look, at the very least, it's negligent to output things between quotation marks in a context where this is not supposed to be fictional dialogue, but supposed to be fact, at the very least, there should therefore be software that says we're not going to put anything out between quotation marks unless we can actually look it up and figure out that it actually does exist. So that's just a small part of a 60-plus page article, so don't make me repeat it all to you. But in any event, I think that's the big picture.
Just a quick follow-up. So say Jeffrey Battle goes on to win an actual case against Bing, against Microsoft. That would create presumably an incentive for producers and deployers of AI systems to put in place some kind of system to avoid these things.
Right.
Could be sort of akin to a notice and takedown
Right.
System. But when you're talking about, AI systems being integrated into search and so on, that would, involve hundreds of millions, potentially billions of people, and many of them would maybe argued that something out there was defamatory of them, and so what do you see as the consequences for
Right.
for free speech and access to
Right.
information of
Right.
such a system?
So we know that libel law has a chilling effect. And not just a chilling effect that we want, which is a chilling effect on false reputation damaging statements. It has a chilling effect even on true statements because of the risk that a false statement, that a true statement would be interpreted as false or believed to be false by a jury, or when a reporter is writing, the reporter may think a statement is true, but might turn out to be false, and the reporter might be deterred from publishing even true statements for fear that they might actually be false. Because of that, the Supreme Court has come up, and I'm sure European courts have likewise, and other foreign courts have come up with fairly complicated rules. New York Times v. Sullivan is the famous rule requiring knowing or reckless falsehood for statements about public officials, let's say. There are other rules as to private figures. So they've come up with these complicated rules. Now, in New York Times v. Sullivan, there are actually 3 justices who concurred but said we would completely abolish libel law for fear of this chilling effect, at least as to speech on matters of public concern, at least about public officials. But that didn't get the majority. Justice Brennan's majority opinion actually left room for some amount of libel law and therefore some chilling effect. So I have no doubt that there would be some chilling effect in this kind of situation, including chilling effect on true statements, because Battle might be able to show, of course, the statement is false, in which case it's in everybody's interest, including in the user's interest, because presumably they want the true statements and not the false ones. But what about somebody else who says, well, I'm saying it's false, and the company may say, well, are we sure? We don't know. That could pose real problems, there's no doubt. But that's an inevitable feature. If you're going to have any kind of libel law protection, there's going to be some degree of this chilling effect. And at least American law so far has not said that we're going to categorically preclude libel liability because of that chilling effect.
So, John, already we're seeing various initiatives to regulate AIs, and including probably initiatives that could have an impact on speech. The European Union is moving seemingly fast ahead. Other initiatives, could you mention some of them and sort of any concerns you might have about the state of free speech? Because as you alluded to, there seems to be a focus on the harms, which of course is important, but not necessarily so much on the benefits, and also sort of what very few people like to acknowledge is that free speech inevitably comes with harms and costs, and that cannot be avoided if you want free speech. So how do you see the regulatory developments, and can the human rights principles that you mentioned, can they help sort of avoid the worst consequences?
Yeah, I would say that the European regulatory environment is far more complex and complicated than the one in the U.S. Also, from the point of view of universal human rights standards, something that I need to mention is the fact that when it comes to hate speech, after Article 19, there's obviously Article 20, and Article 20 establishes the obligation for states to prohibit hate speech, which is something that does not apply to this country, because the United States didn't accept this Article 20, but this applies according to human rights law to many countries, including the members of the European Union. So there's an obligation coming from, let's say, international human rights law to also to deal with hate speech in a very strong manner. It's not because other forms of harmful speech are subjected to these 3-part test: necessity, proportionality, legitimacy. But when it comes to hate speech, there's an outright prohibition. States have to prohibit hate speech. End of the story. So this also is an element that within the European legal tradition makes things complicated. But what we see now at the EU level, first of all, is the famous AI Act that now is being discussed, so-called the interinstitutional dialogue, which is a space where we don't know what happens. Basically, the Council, the Commission, and the Parliament discuss based on their own version discussions of the proposal, and they reach an agreement behind closed doors. So the final outcome is something that you only hear rumors, etc. And one day you see the final agreement that has been reached. That is a very bad thing, but it's not the place to talk about that. But anyhow, I mean, the famous AI Act is based on risks, saying, well, there are certain, let's say, AI systems that are extremely risky, that are banned. So you cannot use AI systems to, for example, profile the identity of persons in public spaces, for example, for certain types of policing. So certain AI systems are just banned. Other systems that are considered to be high risk, considering, for example, the impact on human rights, the impact that may have in the process of taking certain potentially discriminatory decisions, they are classified as high risk, and this means that those who deploy, those who create these systems, they need to follow certain, let's say, safeguards. They need to, let's say, take into account certain restrictions, and need to, let's say, incorporate certain safeguards. Problem is how we define this high risk, particularly when it comes, these kind of high risk systems basically are defined thinking of, I don't know, process of selection, hiring people, but I don't think that they have been conceived to deal with, let's say, hate speech problems. They are trying to deal with other problems, perhaps copyright. That would be one, even if it's not mentioned, but that would be one, but not really speech issues. So that is, I mean, the approach of the AI Act doesn't say much when it comes to, let's say, the way certain AI systems need to be designed to prevent certain harms. But also the problem is that, I mean, there's the discussion on who needs to decide, who decides when something is high risk, companies themselves, because they know better, someone else, etc. So there are many discussions going on, very briefly speaking, when it comes to the AI Act. Also, human rights risks when it comes to human rights are not clearly defined. I mean, as such, there are other types of definitions, but not this one. So this has also been criticized, and we still need to see the outcome. Another important element, I think, in the EU discussion is that there's a discussion about an EU liability directive when it comes to AI. And this EU liability directive is about, let's say, helping a claimant to know how an AI system works so that he can make a valid claim. And here there are also some presumptions. But this directive hasn't been adopted yet, but this is another approach that the EU is taking. Again, I'm not sure this applies to, this fits in speech discussions. So that's another thing. I think that the most interesting piece of legislation, and also complicated, is, of course, the Digital Services Act that has an impact on these matters.
And where right now we're seeing the great enforcer Thierry Breton, the EU commissioner, yes, sending letters to Mark Zuckerberg and Elon Musk saying, yeah, please remove content, or we might come back and fine you.
One of the main critiques that I personally made when the DSA was discussed is the fact that the DSA is making the European Commission the regulator. And I think that the European Commission shouldn't be a regulator, because it is not an independent body, it's not a technical body, it's a political body. So having a commissioner like Thierry Breton sending letters to private companies on matters related to speech, that, I mean, it looks, if this happened in other countries, we would say that it is totally authoritarian. But in Europe now, we kind of accept this strange approach of Thierry Breton becoming the kind of a sheriff in this field. No, even if his, I mean, concerns might be legitimate, I mean, recently. No? But what the DSA says, two things that are relevant, I think, within the context of this discussion. The first one is that the DSA says, look, companies, now it is not about your voluntary commitment to human rights. Now you have the legal obligation to respect human rights when you moderate content. So it's a regulation of how, I mean, the DSA does not define what is acceptable, what is not acceptable, what is legal, what is illegal, but it's telling companies now, from now on, when you moderate content, you need to moderate content in a certain way. And if you don't do it in a certain way, you will face certain responsibilities. And one of the obligations for companies is to respect human rights when they moderate content, when they establish the terms of service, and also when they take certain decisions in this field. What does it mean? How we apply the idea of necessity and proportionality when a restriction is legitimate, when it's not. We don't know, and we suspect that the European Commission doesn't know either. But it is something that probably during the enforcement of the DSA we will figure out but now, from this moment, I can sue Google. I can take Google before a regulator if I believe that my right to freedom of expression has been violated by Google. Something that, in principle, so far, fingers crossed, is not possible according to the American case law. So that's the first thing. The second thing, which is even more complicated, is provision that says, you companies, you need to assess the risks that you generate. And these risks can also come from the use of AI, let's say, systems to produce and to publish, I mean, for users to, let's say, post content that is disinformation, hate speech, et cetera, et cetera. And also the DSA says after you make the assessment, you need to have a plan to mitigate those risks. So he's asking companies, you need to assess what's the impact, what are the risks that AI is generating, and also you need to figure out how to deal with that. Which is something that, again, we understand the European Union, the European Commission still is trying to figure out, because, for example, a recent report on how the companies have behaved with regards to Russian disinformation, I mean, the way it assesses or tells the companies how to assess risks is completely strange and difficult, very difficult to understand. And the methods that they use are a little bit questionable, but I cannot elaborate on that. But basically, it's telling companies to do this work, and if they don't do it, they will face responsibilities. No? And in August, that was the first opportunity that companies had to make these reports. And now we are expecting, in general, the feedback from I don't know if you have received it yet. You're expecting that, because this has also been conducted in a very secretive manner. I mean, we don't know the content of the reports. We don't know, I mean, how the European Commission is going. But here, the issue, I mean, what is important here, as part of this conversation, is that the AI component will be very much present. No? And also, I think that it's interesting to read a very recent report by this organization, the EU Disinfo Lab, that has analyzed the content moderation policies of platforms when it comes to dealing with content that constitutes disinformation, etc., that has been generated via AI. And it shows that there are huge differences among platforms, even in terms of the concepts that they use, the way they refer to certain time, the things that are allowed, the things that are not allowed. So there are huge differences among platforms, internal policies of platforms, on how to deal with that. But in any case, I think that just to finish, I mean, what will be important as part of these risk assessments is to see also how companies now have started to think about it, because they have been forced to think about it, and how the European Commission now assesses these kind of risks. But so far, I mean, we don't have a clear clue of what will be the reaction of the European Commission and what will happen from now on. But as I said, it's very complicated.
So, Alex, this is a good time to bring you in again and get a bit more granular about how, in the space of generative AI, how do you define and enforce categories like hate speech and disinformation, taking into account your commitment to free speech under international human rights law? What are the processes? What's some of the content where you'd say this is not something that we would allow? I've played around with with Bard, for instance, and there are hard blocks, filter blocks on certain kinds of content. So even at the input level, where I'm interacting with an AI system, it won't allow me. I'm not going to get into the details to reveal my dark sides, but so can you elaborate a little bit on that?
Yeah. So, we've long had policies prohibiting hate speech across all of our products, namely YouTube is sort of the one that comes up most often for folks. And obviously Bard is the newest place where those are relevant. The policies themselves are designed, informed by everything we've learned in First Amendment tradition and what limitations exist there related to hate and discrimination and incitement in particular. And then obviously the global standard has informed us in terms of how we think about that and having kind of deep guidance across our reviewer teams. Also, in order to develop those policies, we engage with a lot of external stakeholders from around the globe to make sure that sort of in applying an international standard, what we're doing is being informed by the ways hate speech might occur and manifest all the places people are using our products. So that's sort of how the policy comes about. And then we sort of have to look at how it gets applied for a given product, and that looks really different. Not really different, but it looks different for YouTube than it looks like for Bard, where kind of the novel queries that we're getting on Bard we're seeing in a different volume than we've seen kind of on YouTube, where we see common trends around hate speech and groups that perpetuate those memes. We are kind of very used to how hate speech and hate actors are engaging on YouTube. And so we're having to learn the ways in which people are kind of putting queries into Bard and what Bard is returning.
Eugene, before we open up, so we heard a little bit about the sort of the regulatory initiatives coming out of Brussels. There are also at least some members of Congress wanting to regulate the AI sphere, but it seems difficult to get anything done in Congress, getting sort of enough support, and also the First Amendment. It would likely be a formidable shield against some of the developments that come sort of copy pasting the DSA. But one of the things that I've been thinking about for a long time is that there was a time where Americans could say, we have the First Amendment, you can do whatever you want in Europe, but we have our robust free speech traditions. But if you look at the terms and the policies of Google and others, they are more informed by European standards now than First Amendment. So the practical exercise of free speech and access to information would be sort of eroded from sort of the First Amendment infused techno optimism that guided it in the beginning. How do you look on that as a First Amendment lawyer?
So let me mention some cases that might actually end up bearing on this. You don't think of them as free speech cases, but they actually might be. But let me back into it by way of, we're in America, so of course baseball. So my family are big fans of the LA Dodgers. I have absolutely no interest in the sport, probably any sport, but baseball just bores me to tears. But they love it. Big fans of LA Dodgers. There's a particular player I'd heard a lot about, Kike Hernandez. Well, if you go into Bing, I don't think this is true about Bard, but you go into Bing and you ask about Kike Hernandez, Bing will refuse to give you any information. And as best I can tell, it's because his name is spelled, if you set aside the diacritical mark, which I'm sure no American actually ever uses, among other things it's hard to do in a browser, it's spelled the same way as the slur kike, which is a slur for Jews. Now, this has nothing to do with his name. Kike, as I understand it, is a common either general Spanish or at least Puerto Rican shortening for Enrique. But in any case, Bard just blocks that and a bunch of other slurs. And part of this made you sort of laugh. The techies call this the Scunthorpe problem. You can look it up if you'd like. But you just like it's a glitch, that sort of overactive filter. But let's say I wanted to say, well, why is the slur kike for Jews? Or somebody hears it, fortunately not that common a slur, says, what does this mean? This the word the word, and Bard. I'm sorry, not Bard. Bing. It's a big difference. Won't give you the answer. Now, one possible response is, well, it shouldn't give you the answer because anti-Semitism is bad, and anything that is kind of connected with it better stay very far away from it. Another possible response is, well, no, in a perfect world, it would give you the answer, but, we need some protection against it generating, outputting anti-Semitic content, so therefore, on balance, this is better than nothing. And of course, one possible answer is you don't like Bing, go use Bard. You don't like Bing or Bard, there are all of these other pieces of software out there, and let 100 flowers bloom, and if people want to have something that has no guardrails aimed at preventing racist speech, maybe they'll only operate in the US, which, that would be a big thing for me. I would be actually enthusiastic about using software that says we don't operate in other countries that are going to leverage their power over us to block what you see. Here is the lawsuit I was talking about. It's a copyright lawsuit. It's actually a set of copyright lawsuits against AI companies saying in the process of training your software, you accessed all of this information out there. This is particularly a concern, I think, for artists and for visual AI like DALL-E and Stable Diffusion and such. But also writers say, you read copies of our stuff that's available online. Maybe some of it was even paywalled. You avoided the paywalls, evaded the paywalls and such. Now, these are perfectly plausible copyright lawsuits, interesting questions about fair use. They're not ridiculous lawsuits by any means. But here's the consequence. If those lawsuits succeed, it's not going to drive OpenAI or Google out of business. It's just going to require them to pay a lot of money for these license fees. And then their software will still be out there. And if somebody wants to come up with a competitor to them that doesn't have the guardrails that big tech establishment says we ought to have, they'll be unable to do that because they won't be able to pay these monstrous license fees for all of the copyrighted material, and they'll have to train their data, their models only on a much smaller subset of things that may in fact make them much inferior. So here's the kind of the weird indirect effect, something you wouldn't think would have this effect, is this copyright litigation may in fact affect the competitiveness and affect kind of the free speech competitiveness of the AI model marketplace, where in fact it may be that there are only a few companies that kind of come out of the same big tech ecosystem that are subject to the same pressure by foreign countries and that are going to be limiting what we have to say. Let me just close with one thing. My sense is that Google search does not try to enforce hate speech rules. So if I want to search for racist information, I would be perfectly free to do that. I'm very happy about that. I don't think that Google should be determining what it is that we can and cannot access this way. Now, you might say, well, AI is different because that's Google actually producing material, not just linking to it. But of course, what we're seeing is AI being used as a search engine, most prominently in Bing. But Google Bard is, in a sense, a form of search engine as well. So let me close on that note of skepticism as to whether it's a good idea to have, again, Google as to AI, as to search, as to all of these things telling us as American users, oh, there's certain kinds of information you shouldn't be reading.
All right. I want to open up for a few questions. We have 5 minutes or so remaining. So if anyone in the audience wants to pose short questions or comments, please raise your hand. Don't be shy. We have one over here.
Okay. Well, okay. What a time to be alive. It seems to me that it might be easiest to, in a libel situation, Professor Volk, to prove damages in the case where it's maybe reproduced by, a journalist, say, uses it for sourcing a story. But in that case, it also strikes me that it actually is probably easier to mount a case against the journalist and the publication itself for, abject failure to adhere to journalistic standards, which really helps on the actual malice analysis. So is there really a pressing need, at least under libel law, is there a situation that you can see where actually going after the AI company is preferable to the kind of the more downstream effective use of the AI?
Sure. So Jeffrey Battle is probably not that worried about reporters writing stories about him, because there aren't a lot of reporters writing stories, at least there weren't before this lawsuit. He's worried that somebody is going to search for him when deciding whether or not to enter into a contract with him, hire him as a consultant. And we'll just say, oh, really? There's this criminal conviction? And then they could look further, but maybe they say, there's somebody else who there isn't this cloud hanging over them. Now, what if he sues that prospective employer? First of all, he probably will never know that they did that. But second, if he sues them, there's no cause of action there. They're not republishing this information. They're just deciding not to contract with him. That's not illegal for them to decide not to contract, even if they were careless in their research. And libel law recognizes, has always recognized, that when you say certain things about people, especially really like accuse them of crimes, there's going to be this damage out there that is hard to prove, but can be presumed, because that is human nature. And that's especially so when it's not like just some weird llama, whatever else, some techie model out there that a few people use, the Mastodon equivalent maybe, of Bing. But when it's actually Bing, a search engine that's doing that. And in fact, libel law says he doesn't have to prove damages, especially if he can show knowing or reckless falsehood. Now, again, you might say, well, no. As to AI companies, you need to prove damage, and one of the reasons we say you need to prove damage is we don't really want to encourage you to sue these AI companies. So then he'd have to show that somebody would be willing to testify, yeah, we tried to look them up, and we got this information, and then we decided not to. We're sorry about that, but that's what happened. And then he could prove the damages in a lawsuit again, not against them, because he can't sue them, but against OpenAI and Microsoft. But that's not the way American libel law works, and I think for good reason that's not the way it works. So within the context of modern American libel law, that's why that lawsuit might in fact be viable.
One last question. Anyone? Up here, second row.
Thank you all very much. Really appreciate it. So I've got a question. What would you ideally like to see the universities be doing in the educative process, both pedagogically and theoretically, as it relates to this? I mean, this is just a rapid emergence. And so from your perspective, from your role, what would you like to be seeing universities doing?
Quick round. John, do you want to start?
Sure. Well, I have my limited approach as a lawyer, and as I mentioned, when it comes to, let's say, human rights studies, the perspective of, let's say, the protections that Article 19 would or could provide to age-generated content. This is something that, I mean, nobody has explored that at this point. So I think that this would be for let's say, centers that focus on human rights matters. I think that would be definitely an area for research that would have very important implications in the future work, for example, of regional courts like the European Court of Human Rights, the Inter-American Court of Human Rights, etc. No? So from my, let's say, modest, limited legal perspective, I think that this is something that at this point doesn't exist anywhere.
Alex?
Yeah, I'll just say briefly, I just think it's important to ensure that these considerations about the evolution of technology throughout sort of all of the types of coursework, and not just law school, but in business school, sort of the tech and responsibility issues should be integrated throughout, because we need, I think, a greater pipeline of people thinking about these issues coming into governments and companies and civil society.
So I think there's a lot to be said for all of that. I just want to suggest one minor but I think important thing, or one, let's say, narrow but important thing. It's very tempting for both pedagogical and ideological reasons to try to teach these things as if this is the worldwide rule. whether pretend the First Amendment is the worldwide rule because, America is the only part that's important, right? Or talk about international standards as the worldwide rules. I think it's important for people to ask, how can you come up with with sensible principles for a world that has almost 200 sovereign nations and has at least many different kinds of approaches? Even if some of them agree with each other, there are many different kinds of approaches. So, for example, many people are enthusiastic about Google following European standards, but I suppose if it turns out that Google's output is dictated by what the Turkish government wants, or what the Chinese government wants, or what the Russian government wants, or even, let's say, the Polish government, which has recently been passing laws banning, making certain statements about Polish supposed complicity in atrocities against Jews during World War II, well, then maybe that's not a good idea. So what we should be thinking about is questions like, can you set up a system which yields some kinds of outputs in America, other kinds of outputs in Europe, other kinds of outputs in China if the company wants to do business in it? In fact, I know that Google already does that as to certain things. You can do it more broadly. Another question is, what happens if some country or countries say, no, 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 we insist that anything said about Europeans or about Turks or about the president of Turkey or whatever else has to be subject to the same rules everywhere? To what extent can governments push back and say, no, we're the American government. We want to protect the rights of Americans to see what they want to see. We realize that your company will output certain things in Europe subject to European law and in Turkey subject to Turkish law, but in America it should be subject to American law. Those are interesting and important questions that I think shouldn't be lost in kind of a hyper-internationalist approach that's often very tempting to people.
All right, that was the end of this first panel. Thank you so much to our panelists. It says here that we have a 10-minute break, so be back at 10:40. Grab your coffee, use the restrooms, mingle, and get back here for what I know will be a fascinating panel on improving linguistic inclusion in large language models. Thank you.
Take picture. Ask question. A blue sweater with a high neckline.
Be my green thumb.
Take picture. Ask question. Button. This looks like an eucalyptus plant.
Be my...
A blue sweater with a high neckline.
Be my...
Sit down, and we will shortly start our second panel. I'll just give them 30 seconds to get back in. Today's second panel is one that I have been very excited about for a very long time. It's about making large language models inclusive of smaller languages. And today's moderator is Dr. Jesse Spencer-Smith, who runs the data science department here and who's been a great collaborator with the Future of Free Speech Project. So the floor is yours, and over to you and your panel, Jesse.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So we'd agreed that we're going to do self-introductions here, but I simply can't help myself. We really have a panel of esteemed experts, and they're not only writing and thinking about the new world of AI, free speech, and the internet, but are actively engaged in making this world a better and more inclusive space for all of us. providing us with thoughtful critiques and reviews, working in policy and legal frameworks, and advocating for underrepresented communities. So it's a thrill to be here and to be able to have this conversation with you. But in keeping with our agreement, we'll go down the line with some self-introductions.
Thank you, Dr. Spencer Smith. Sorry, Jesse. I'm Julia Wono. I'm the executive director of a nonprofit called Internet Sans Frontières. It always feels good to say that in French first, and then Internet Without Borders in English, which is a free expression advocacy organization doing research, policy advocacy. And also, I founded at Stanford University 2 years ago the Content Policy and Society Lab, which tries to encourage multi-stakeholder collaborations between different stakeholders of the tech industry, whether private entities, government representatives, civil society organizations, on some of the major challenges posed by our digitalization, and particularly by challenges focusing on content and content governance specifically. And of course, very proud to sit on the Meta Oversight Board. Very glad to be here.
Hey, I'm Gabriel Nicholas. I'm a research fellow at the Center for Democracy and Technology and a fellow at the NYU Information Law Institute. I will leave it at that.
Habari ya asubuhi. No one knows Swahili? No one? Okay, you've tried, Julie. My name is Irene Wendwa. The executive director at a feminist civic tech organization called Policy with double L. Please check us out. And we work on the intersections of data, technology, and design. And of course, our main approach is research. However, we also use other approaches such as policy and advocacy, just like Julie's organization. And I'm very happy to be here. Thank you, Jesse, and everyone for inviting us.
Thank you. So let's start, Gabe, with you. You've written on the resourcefulness gap in relation to multilingual AI models. Can you describe what that is and how it can affect the training and performance of large language models?
Sure. So let me give a little background, which is, I'm sure many folks here are familiar with large language models, but for those who have forgotten, these are essentially AI systems that scan large volumes of text and can use the patterns that they learn within that text to generate other text, or, as people kind of often forget, analyze text. These language models are very often used in language analysis systems. And for a lot of the largest, most popular language models, at least for the ones where we have some sense of the training data they use, most of them are used about 80%, 90% of their training data in English. This means that they are able to answer questions, analyze text a lot better in English than other languages. And the other 10 to 20% of this text is sort of the long tail of other languages, each of which kind of has their sort of groups in which some have an order of magnitude more than another, right? So there are other high resource languages like German and Arabic, for which there is a lot of text available online. These not as much as English, but these models are still able to get a pretty good sense of these languages. Then 1 or 2 orders of magnitude down, there are these medium resource languages. You can put Bengali in there, maybe you could put Swahili in there. And again, there's a pretty significant jump in the amount of data available and the quality of data available. And then eventually you kind of get into the long tail of the hundreds or thousands of other languages that exist. And in many of these languages, these models are trained on sometimes only a couple of million words, right? The equivalent of reading a couple dozen books. And again, for these languages, the quality is often significantly lower, right? A lot of the text that these models train on ends up being text translated from English into these languages that they scraped from the internet. A lot of the times it ends up just being simply nonsense, garbled text. The higher quality text ends up being sort of like limited sources, such as Wikipedia or religious texts, right? So these models really have a limited sense of these languages. But what's kind of impressive is that even with only limited data, language models are actually able to do some basic language generation and language analysis in these lower resource languages, which is pretty cool. And people, NLP practitioners have a lot of debate about why that is. Some say, oh, they've learned some abstract qualities of languages. A lot more say, oh, they've learned connections between these lower resource languages and English. And it's exciting that they're able to do some of these basic semantic and syntactic tasks. But as we'll talk about, I imagine, later on this panel, this becomes a real problem when we start using them for very context and cultural specific things like content moderation, things like analyzing applications. These models, because they have so little data in these languages, are very often not able to capture the context of these languages, and that really limits their usability as well.
Irene, can you expand on what other issues might be caused when models are undertrained on languages?
Thank you, Jesse. Thank you very much, Gabe, for giving that background. And I would love to just touch on one of the biggest research we conducted around this, and also anchor it to some of the work we do on elections and data. We have a project or a program called awetogether.com. It's based off on a very famous sentence that we use in Swahili, tuko pamoja. And we, as African communities, we ask ourselves always, are we together? You know, when you're eating, when you're in the bus, when you're in the church. So we asked ourselves, are we together on the internet? Are we really together? And some of the challenges then, when it comes to, models being undertrained, that we found from our study is that one, the indigenous knowledge, especially by African communities, is erased or is not well represented. And then the other challenge we found, or we continue to see, is that very many already disenfranchised communities are not able to, pick and use digital tools in the right manner in which they feel, I should be able to use this tool for my harvest, or if you're a farmer, I should be able to use this tool for my business. If you're a business lady, I should be able to use these tools to assist me in my just schooling, if you're a young student in Africa. The last challenge that we also found was that it's really important that these models are well-trained, because they'll be able to give a clear representation of our daily lives and our daily experiences. What do I mean by that? I mean that it'll be able to show that, that our experiences are based on some of the inequalities we face, especially as African women, and then they will be able to show that there needs to be improvements in terms of design of some of the technologies that we see and that come to our countries. So yeah, those are some of the challenges that we experience in terms of undertrained languages. Thank you.
Thank you. So Julie, what's the importance of local content and communities creating their own resources in their own languages?
The importance is, I think, as Irene has explained, it's about contextualizing data and information that we have, that we scrape, that we, or machines, scrape from the internet. That there is, like Gabe was explaining very clearly, there is a possibility now for neural networks to train themselves interestingly, I wouldn't say well, but interestingly on small amounts of data, or relatively small amounts of data. The problem is the contextualization that you put behind this. We talked about kike, yes. Right? Kike, I didn't know the word kike, I'm sorry, I shouldn't use it, but that's a typical example. And the one way to understand the contextuality of that word is precisely to rely on content that is available in that language that explains the context of that content. And so when 10, 15 years ago, I got involved in the digital inclusion discussion and advocacy, because that's where local content started. How do you make sure that the next billion of internet users, that's how we spoke 10 years ago, how do you make sure that the next billion of internet users will be able to adopt the internet just like us 20, 30 years ago, us well, I lived in Moscow at the time, but people who were first on the internet. And one of the solutions proposed at the time was to allow people to produce content in their languages, in their context. Unfortunately, we didn't do that very well. I have to acknowledge our failure, and I put myself into that in my organization. We didn't put ourselves into that as much as we should have. Not because we didn't want, but just because it interested no one before. Nobody wants to fund a project to help, not a lot of people want to fund a project to help, I don't know, refugees in a camp in Kenya, for instance, produce content that speaks about their stories in their language. 10 years ago, nobody was interested in that. Now we're increasingly realizing the delay we've had by not focusing enough energy on that, and by only focusing on where the resources were available and where the information was created. My perspective on that is it is actually even counterproductive. If we had done that, if we had invested, and we can still do that, if we had invested a lot to make sure we could understand even the tiniest language spoken by the tiniest population in the world, well, probably we would have been able to, if not solve, but at least identify promising solutions to some of the major challenges that are now posed with AI. Because historically, the internet functions as such that bad actors or good actors, but mostly bad actors, will first test whatever capabilities they have on small subset of populations. And that small subset is only available in countries that are less connected to the internet, for instance, that have less population. And we saw that at my organization. If you want to understand the 2016 election, for instance, in the United States, look at what happened in the Caribbean, in Kenya, and many other places where nobody cared because it's only a small set of population. So local content is extremely important and will help us fill the data voids and the contextuality that we're lacking right now to understand and to better moderate, to better understand the content and to better generate content in different contexts and languages. And hopefully try to avoid those content to be bad for the internet.
So how important is it for model builders and of these multilingual models to interact and collaborate? And how do you support that closer contact?
That's really at the heart of my focus at the moment. I'll respond by sharing my story, my example. So when we did advocacy at Internet Sans Frontières on fighting against hate speech and disinformation in different languages on social media platforms, we were always dissatisfied by the efforts or the lack of efforts that we thought the platforms were putting into solving the problems we were seeing. And so when I joined the board, my organization said, okay, this is a great opportunity to actually understand how Silicon Valley functions, because it's a whole ecosystem. We don't realize. I mean, I was 12,000 kilometers from the valley. Now I live in California, but I was 12,000 kilometers away from that and had no idea. I just thought I could call my friends at Policy. I mean, not my friends, my colleagues. Some of them have become indeed friends. My colleagues at policy teams within the Facebooks, the Googles, and the likes, and things would be solved. But these are big companies, and I did not, grasp the enormous amount of people who are invested in those teams. I had not grasped the complexity of making sure that the team in San Francisco is in contact with the team in Cambodia, which is also in contact with the team in Kenya, to make sure we can articulate whatever policy that we have in a logical manner. So to respond to your question, I think it requires each other to understand better our complexities. As civil society organization, we have several complexities. One of them, of course, is the question of resourcing. of course, we don't have as much money as those big organizations. How can I help AI when BART is producing models every day with billions of dollars and I have 10 people on the ground? That's disproportionate. But there's also complexity at the company's level. I've just talked about it. The number, the huge numbers, the globality, and the ambition to have a sort of unified version of the different services they offer around the world. And finally, there is the complexities faced by governments. Of course, many of them are facing genuine threats with regards to digitalization. We should not underestimate that. We're seeing that unfold right now during the conflict between Israel and Palestine. But at the same time, it is also true that those same governments that are facing challenge are also grasping with the fact that they are losing control of the space. It's the first time virtually in history that governments are not the ones making the decisions on an international level. Elon Musk making a decision on a platform like Twitter, X, has sometimes much more impact than whatever governments will decide at the UN General Assembly. That's the world we live in. So to bridge those different gaps and to foster more collaborations on the emerging technologies and in particular AI, we need more of these collaboration. We need more civil society organization meeting with the technical community. We were just discussing that right before the panel. And that entails also having some of those organizations coming to visit the Silicon Valley. Some of these politicians going to the Silicon Valley, understand what AI is about, understand what an LLM is. It's not just a diploma. I'll stop there, but yeah.
Well, and actually, Irene, let me go over to you. So, with your work with policy, of which you're the executive director, you've advocated for this closer contact and collaboration. What would these interactions look like, and what would be the impact of them?
First off, I'll start by asking the audience because it really relates to your question. It's a rhetorical question, but also then again, some of you may know the answers. So if you're a data scientist, I think you have leakage for this question. But hey, how many African languages are supported by Apple's operating system, the iOS? I have A, 5, B, 7, C, 0. Any answers? Quick. 0. Another last answer? 5? Yeah. Okay, I leave up to you to confirm in the evening. But some of you are right, some of you are wrong. But I don't want to put you on the spot. And then my second question is, how many African and South Asian languages does Zoom the app, support in direct translation services?
0.
I have 0, I have 5, and I have 10.
0.
Mm-hmm.
0.
Do you think they're that bad? No. 0? No.
Well, they didn't have features for the background.
Yeah.
If you were black toned, you couldn't use the background features.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I get your justification. But again, it's up to you to check out. And then, what percentage of internet content is in English? I think this is a simple one.
80% or 90%.
Okay. 80, 60, 45. She already said 80. But based on that, then you can see the work that civil society organizations and particularly civic organizations have up ahead. If we are technologists in the room, we are data scientists, and we do not know some of these basic facts, then what about our governments? What about the people who are now in Africa? The current wave, the current is data. My president in Kenya will say, when is the data protection being implemented? The president in Tanzania will be up in arms. Why is data being leaked here and there? So if we do not support them to understand some of these nuances on data, then they'll not be able to engage in data governance the right way. So what policy and other civic techs are doing is conduct simple action research that will help communities, even young students in school, to understand what are LLMs. Again, it's not a postgraduate diploma or a master's in law. what are LLMs when it comes to women in politics engaging safely online? In our research, we are also able to show very clear and small examples using data visualizations, again, to show the importance of the importance of language resourcing, and also ensuring LLMs are fully effective online. So yeah, Jesse, you can see the role, actually, the ball, again, is in our court, but at the same time, we recognize the small states that are big tech companies, because now they are really countries by themselves, as Julius was saying, to really help us, or to really collaborate with other partners to shape the internet better, to ensure that there is really internet democratization. Yeah.
Thank you. So LLMs, large language models, underpin the generative AI that we've been talking about. Do more than just generate text, right? These are the foundational models on which we build many of the tools that we use to, that we interact with and that we use to run the internet. So let's talk about moderation and the impact of models being undertrained in languages or in dialects, and the impact on automated moderation. So Gabe, the Center for Democracy and Technology just released a report, Lost in Translation, Large Language Models in Non-English Languages. Can you share what some of the impacts when such models are used to build automated moderation systems?
Sure. So large language models are kind of increasingly becoming the technology underlying a lot of these automated moderation systems. We're seeing it, Meta's rolled out one that they say works in 100 or 200 languages, depending on what day of the week you talk to them. Google and Bumble have rolled them out. OpenAI is now offering a content moderation API through its services. And we're increasingly seeing companies, advertising that, like, we are able to use these systems, and look, they work in all sorts of languages. There are a couple of concerns that we have about that. Number one is that there are trade-offs that companies are making between languages that we don't really know what they are. We don't know. So there's generally an idea that the more languages that you teach a model, the less well it performs in each language, right? The more it regresses to the mean. What does that mean for disparate impacts in content moderation on different languages? What is the ratio? What is the recipe, the ratio of different languages that these models are getting trained on? And what are the larger concerns that ratio might raise? We don't know. I think also what Julie was talking about, you can't really import content moderation assumptions between contexts. And I'll give you an example, right? So in English, we associate the word dove with peacefulness, with harmony, right? In Basque, the word uso, which means dove, is it's an insult, attacking someone's masculinity. That's something that if a model is importing a bunch of assumptions in from the English language, the model's not going to be able to get that. And Basque is not a very high resource language. And not only that, but Basque is a language isolate. So that means there aren't really connections. It doesn't have too many strong connections with other languages. And there are many, many languages that people are using all over the internet that are like that. So we have concerns about not only the sort of disparate impact of moderation that these languages have, but the fact that we can't really interrogate it because we know so little both about the ratio of languages that these models are training on, but also what languages they're even operating in, right? To what extent is Meta using large language models to moderate in Igbo and Yoruba, right? Languages for which there really is not huge volumes of text online. We don't know. And if there are systematic content moderation mistakes that are happening because of that, we also have no idea. And that's a real big concern.
Are there any other specific examples that anyone on the panel would care to share from these harms arising from using moderation, automated moderation in this way?
I want to share examples from a project that Internet Without Borders deployed in 7 African countries located in West and Central Africa, and specifically in the DRC. So we deployed a project there in 2018, which purported to we trained a network of civil society organizations locally on the concepts around dangerous speech. It's a really great project led by Suzanne Benesch of the Berkman Klein Center and the Dangerous Speech Project. So we trained them on the concept of what is a dangerous speech, and of course reminded ourselves all about the very importance of protecting Article 19, freedom of expression. We talked about this right this morning. And then we deployed a platform using an African innovation, Ushahidi, which allows you to map a crisis. And we asked our network to help us surface dangerous speech, what we consider dangerous speech, potentially dangerous speech and potentially violative content on different social media platforms. And what we realized is that people would post in Lingala, for instance. Lingala is spoken by, I think, 30 million people 30 to 50 million people in the DRC. Yet, 5 years ago, Lingala was not understood at all by the automated moderation system, the automated translation system that existed at the time. So you would, a content that was obviously violative, and if you understood the language, it was obviously violative, would stay on the platform for, I'm sure some of the content we surface are still online, by the way. But what was very difficult is that it happened during a very tense moment in which the country had just gone through a very disputed election, which had led also to the death of citizens and had attacks along ethnic lines and along political lines. We know how that ends in so many other contexts. So for us, this was clearly the proof that yes, we are translating directly from English in languages that do not have the same structure as English, in languages that sometimes are a mix of different cultures and heritages, and it's just not sustainable, we think.
My example will be quite gruesome. So around election period or other incidences in our countries in Africa, the different groups or communities that come up, crowdsource, they put funds together and open social media pages, WhatsApp groups, and they start attacking women. What happens is sometimes they use everyday words, particularly in Swahili or in our local languages, that on social media apps, even on the ATS or content moderation, are not going to be flagged as forms of abuse. So you can imagine people like women, politicians, journalists who are reporting on everyday news continue to see these harms to date, because when they report, the message they get back, this has not been flagged off as abuse. No, this is just a word that means maybe dog. If I can consider a simple word like dog, it's a very simplistic example, but there are many more. Unfortunately, the manosphere get away with this even when multiple women go, especially victims, go and report. They're always faced back with, you need to provide more context. How do you think this is abuse? You need to provide more context on your own experience of how you think this is really a form of abuse, because from where some of these apps stand on their lexicons, they don't consider these things as abuse. So it continues to really, in some way, disenfranchise women's use of some of these social media apps. Yeah.
So how can these harms be mitigated?
I would love to jump on that, because we want to be careful what we ask for. So one of the responses that we usually hear is, okay, to make the models less biased or to add more context, you need to add human in the loop. And adding human in the loop can mean a lot of things. It can mean a capitalistic perspective in which you exploit individuals, pay them very not a lot. Just like we've seen with the moderation debate, we were asking for more moderation without thinking about who was going to do that moderation, who's going to look at those gruesome images and content online. So our approach and my specific approach, and we have an ongoing discussion internally about that, is how can we empower locally and make sure then that those empowered individuals can go back and empower the communities and societies. Because ultimately, the more people know about what AI is, and the more people know about the whole infrastructure and what it entails, whether they are located in Europe, in North America, in Eastern Asia, wherever, ultimately that is positive for the whole internet society, if you allow me the expression, because we all become informed citizens, and by being informed citizens, we can better protect. We know better what arms we can deploy to protect our network. So, I guess the one way to mitigate this is making sure we have more informed citizens, not just citizens that we exploit to do a work that we don't want to pay too much to do, but really have individuals, real humans in the loop who understand what AI is about, who understand what are the companies that put those tools forward, who are the people behind those teams. They're humans too. They don't. Of course, none of them wants to disrupt democracy. None of them want to disrupt world peace. But yeah, unless we make that collaboration and that meeting among different, stakeholders, we will continue to advance in a state of distrust, definitely.
Okay. So at Policy, we just believe in one thing, localization. Can you imagine you're an Ethiopian who speaks Amharic and you have an Amharic keyboard? That'll mean something so different for you if you're conducting business, if you're going to school, if you're going to the market. So for us, of course, we look at it in terms of localization and designing better, in terms of accessibility, refining regional language-based keyboards, definitely, and then creating more technologies that accommodate and support multiple local and minority languages. Because in over 7,000 languages spoken in the world, surely the internet cannot just exist with one main language. And then, of course, what we are currently doing, a bit of research, but now action-based research that's really going to center government involvement to put big tech to full account. In the case of content moderation in Kenya, where there are about 5 cases in court now, the government of Kenya will definitely sit down and reflect on why this company opened in Kenya and existed in Kenya, and how they can create a better level playing field for other content moderating companies and the working conditions of these content moderators. So definitely user-based research and action research to center or to involve government to shape better policies on designing and engaging with these AI technologies. And then lastly, the thing we are also very big on is digital upskilling for our communities. Let's not forget that the more you use technologies, the more they also advance. So we need to work with some of the communities who we feel are disenfranchised or are considered minorities in our communities. Thank you.
So I'll speak more specifically to content moderation, and this is language models being used to moderate content on social networks, but also preventing language models from generating just horrible, harmful stuff. And I think, in general, automation is something that will always be necessary, but will never be sufficient. And that there will always need to be sort of real-time humans giving impact, updating these systems, making sure that they are in line with what is happening on the ground. But automation is somewhat necessary in order to address these problems at a large enough scale that is feasible. And I think what is kind of interesting, what we see a lot right now, is that there are many languages for which there is simply not enough data to build systems that are more effective than just picking up these keywords, right? That building systems that if you use innocent seeming language to make vicious attacks on people, right, without using any of the keywords that might trigger something. And actually, in very low resource languages, language models, these multilingual language models, do so far present the best option for being able to detect that kind of text, right? There's not enough data in a low resource language. They can pull information from other languages in order to bootstrap, in order to improve it. It's very much not perfect. It can have a lot of problems, but it can be better than the baseline. But what I think that we see is that companies take that logic to the extreme, right? They say the best way for all languages is to have one big multilingual model. Look, all these languages inform each other. And hey, by the way, it just happens to be the most scalable option for us. I think companies really need to potentially look into what actually might be the best automated system for each individual language, right? There's a lot of Arabic language AI research that shows actually, and there's actually similar research in Italian, that says, hey, the best way for detecting hate speech in Arabic and Italian is not with a multilingual model, but is with a model that is just trained in Arabic. It has a lot better understanding of Arabic context. With Serbo-Croatian languages, there's a whole medley of Serbo-Croatian languages, and actually the best models for that are training it with a bunch of Serbo-Croatian languages together. Those languages are influencing each other, right? Masakane NLP, which is like a African NLP collective, has actually found that training language models on certain West African languages it's not quite at the place where it's able to do better than multilingual language models, but they believe that if they can get a little bit more data and they can make the model a little bigger, that it will pretty quickly surpass that. And so companies are not really actually looking into what is the best architecture for automating these things for each individual language. And I think it's really, sometimes there will be times where it is worth the performance improvement that you get to make a sacrifice on scalability.
And I'll put out there, too, that with advancements in technology around training models and finding that even smaller models are as performant as the largest models that we have, that may not be too much of an ask. So we touched on just a little bit, and Irene, I think you mentioned, so governments are going to be responsible, just something that you mentioned. Well, the UN's government Internet Governance Forum is meeting right now in Japan. And Julie, I know that you've talked about this before, and there's a phrase actually that you use to sort of to talk about regulation versus what might actually work. Can you describe what that phrase is and what you mean by it?
Sure. I copied from Jacob and used Latin because it always makes me look much more clever. So I reflected about a concept that I call the lex platformia, inspiring myself from what was called the lex mercatoria, which we now use in international law, which refers to the law of the merchants, and which was, it's a very interesting history if you compare the era, the internet era, with that, those ancient times, Middle Ages, where goods were flowing on the seas, and at the time there were no laws to govern what happens in between two countries and in a sea. So what happened at the time is that the merchants themselves started to apply themselves. So they at each port they were sort of small courts that would adjudicate different disputes that would arise. For instance, the vessel, lost half of the content of the merchandise that was supposed to arrive, but then the vessel has a nationality that's different from the crew, and then that's different from the very global, right? And yes, it was interesting to see that the kind of jurisprudence that was produced by those courts that were in different ports around the world was eventually sort of codified and became what we now in our modern era know as the law of the merchants, or lex mercatoria. I firmly believe that maybe we're in the sort of same history moment with the internet, and particularly focusing on platforms, because we were discussing, I think Professor Volok earlier was saying, yes, we will still have governments that will say, oh, my law says this and my law says that. I don't want this in my country. But in reality, how enforceable is it really? We remember when the government of Nigeria blocked Twitter for 6 months because they had taken down a publication by the president of Nigeria, the then president of Nigeria. Well, people used VPNs and could still access Twitter, so that was completely counterproductive. But instead, what it led to is that a lot of businesses lost a lot of money because they could not easily, do transactions as they could before, or interact with their customers, whatever, on Twitter as easily as before. So it's very counterproductive. The reality is that we will eventually have to listen to it. I think it's going to be a dual system in which, of course, regulation is needed, but the governments can never supersede themselves to the companies. I don't understand what operating a global tech company entails. I didn't understand. I mean, I always say the board has been a huge humility exercise for me, because I just didn't realize that you need to make sure product is aware, and then engagement team is also aware, and others. So we will need a space where governments can probably remind us of the very important democratic frameworks that we need to keep in mind when developing new technologies. And on the other hand, we also need to come to accept that the industry itself has been practicing and applying itself a certain set of, rules and principles. For instance, the idea of transparency, being transparent on your, in content moderation, on how you come up with your content policies. This is huge. Be transparent on how many governments ask you to access one day that's going to happen, to access your large language models data, right? Be transparent. That is something very important. Have community standards. That was not a default setting before, but now everybody, including OpenAI, has a set of rules of things that are allowed and not allowed on their platforms. Same goes for many others, including dating apps, including, I'm sure, OnlyFans, including Truth Social. So
Crypto.
And crypto, well, yes.
WorldCoin in Kenya.
Absolutely. So for me, that is it's an interesting moment to study that, and to probably see what are these rules, first of all, and what are these principles. I talked about transparency. I talked about having community standards, so having clear rules and policies that apply on your platforms, but there are many others. Some of them, I want to believe the Oversight Board is contributing to help understand, decipher, dissect, but it's just and the trust and safety community, which is now organizing itself in different sets of professional organizations, is also doing that very important work of explaining to us what are the standards that you're applying, that you have been applying in the industry for so many years, so that we as governments or as citizens have a better understanding of what it entails to do a work such as yours. So I think for the AI revolution, if there is one, we cannot, leapfrog, right? Miss that step of sitting down and saying, okay, what have we been historically doing in the industry, and what of that history can we take and apply to the AI conversation?
Thank you. I'd like to open this up for questions now, so we can be sure to get questions. If you have a question, I'd ask you to raise your hand, and we'll bring you a microphone. Please do use the microphone so that our audience members that are watching through streaming will be able to hear your question. So, please raise your hand if you have a question.
First of all,
you're good.
Thank you so much, everybody. I think this is a really fascinating discussion and a very important one to have. And Julie, thank you for mentioning leapfrogging, because that was exactly what I wanted to ask about. So the timing is perfect. I'm just going to read it off. So could the currently limited capabilities of LLMs in underrepresented languages potentially widen the global development disparity, such that societies that already have strong internet access and high literacy rates will benefit the most from the generative AI bullet train, to use the words of Chancellor Diermeier. Alternatively, could it offer developing countries a significant opportunity to rapidly advance, similar to that leapfrogging effect that you mentioned? So it's sort of really open for anybody.
I can start by maybe speaking around the question and saying, "That's such a good question." So this is something that I saw there was a paper that Meta's No Language Left Behind initiative put out that they referred to it as the Janus-faced nature of digital participation. So hopefully Janus counts as my Latin word for the day. But basically it is this idea of, on the one hand, and they're talking about it in the context of AI technologies, making language models and AI technologies available in more languages, to more language communities, has a opportunity to it can extend a lot of economic opportunity to folks who live in these regions. It could make sure that these languages kind of don't get wiped off the map in terms of whatever, like making English the lingua franca, right? There are all sorts of benefits that people can have from having their languages represented in AI systems. And that same representation also can create a form of exposure, right? In the case of language models, it means that propaganda and disinformation can more easily be generated in those languages. It means that scams can be run more easily in those languages. That is a real trade-off that exists. And it is a hard one to know exactly how to navigate. I think there's a lot that companies can be doing to making sure that these models are released in a way that makes it at least difficult for folks to do those in many more languages. But at the same time, with the larger shift to open source models, even that's very difficult to enforce. So I don't know whether there's a clear answer about like how that trade-off goes, but I think it's a dynamic that everyone is going to have to navigate for the next 10 years at least.
I want to provocatively say that before leapfrogging, there are very basic things that need to be in place. Access to electricity. If you want to go to the internet, you need electricity. Infrastructure, really. And on that, there is a huge gap. And in addition to that, there is a huge policy gap. I mean, the African Union, for instance, how many conversations about AI have you had? I mean, I haven't had so far as many with African Union representatives. That would be a fantastic first step. But that doesn't mean that the things are not happening. Actually, I'm part of a WhatsApp group of human rights defenders in Africa, and we had colleagues in the group share a deep fake of the Zambian president saying, I think, that he was resigning. It was a fake, but some people believed it. And we are human rights defenders, so we are supposedly, a little bit more educated than the rest of the population on these issues. But so to say that there is an urgent, and I mean it, urgent need for authorities in Africa to take this seriously, not just to say, okay, we'll just cut ourselves from AI, because that also could be the response. We've seen the response with social media. We cut it off when we're not happy about what people are discussing on those, but instead, an openness, and that goes back to the collaborative approach that I was alluding to. It requires those governments to understand what AI is about. It requires the companies creating those products to understand the very complex and explosive situation on the African continent, not just for the African continent, but potentially for the world, and be responsible when you deploy those tools in that very explosive context.
Maybe to sum it up is to say, watch out for Kenya. The thing that's lacking with Africa Union and the government response conversation is political goodwill. So what the Kenyan president and the Kenyan government has is political goodwill to just look at some of these issues arising from AI and emerging technologies and bringing Silicon Valley to Nairobi to answer to the Parliament Service Committee and say, why did you come? Bring an orb into the country and collect biometric data, for instance. Why are Kenyans experiencing some challenges when it comes to content moderation, particularly the workers of the Summer Source, which was the outsourced company doing content moderation? Political goodwill in collaboration with leapfrogging will be the way. Thank you.
Let's go and take one more question.
Hello, Nzuri, Gina Langoni Jamal, Nina Cobb, Senior, Vanderbilt, Sosa.
You speak
I speak
Swahili.
Little Kiswahili. But I wanted to know that, I know that we talked about how the language differences apply to countries in Africa and different languages, but is there also like cultural differences where because of the trainer data is so westernized and from stuff that's been already published on the internet here, that's leaving out different cultural communities, and when you're talking about context also, like I know some of the LLMs doesn't know what it means to catch a fade. Like in the in the Black cultural community, we know that's like, all right, somebody wants to fight to resolve an issue. Like, and if you want LLM to speak or tell a story like Spike Lee, it's not the same as tell a story like Quentin Tarantino. You don't get some of the contextual stuff that Spike Lee would put into a story that you get into a Quentin Tarantino scene. So is it important for not just different languages, but maybe for there to be different silos of LLMs that like really speak to different cultural niches, and maybe that the larger LLM can, just like you could choose different languages and on your iOS, that could go into these silos and kind of produce that content trained from just that cultural context.
I want to attempt to respond by drawing a parallel with a phenomenon that I have observed, and I'm sure you all have observed too, on social media platforms that espouse short videos, formats. I was amazed, really, to see the number of trends that have emerged on those social media platforms using African music and content. There are so many challenges that were created in the past at least 2 years using, African music and even in African languages. And same goes for I think we've seen with those Reels format a way for Africans and different cultures in Africa to globalize their existence. You remember the meme with the Ghanaian guys who were carrying the coffin in the pandemic? I mean, that never happened before. Here's a local content in just a few seconds, and it's become a meme, and billions of people around the world have seen it. So I think definitely there is a possibility for that. But for that to happen, we need to meet and understand that culture, first of all, and that culture needs to understand the technology. The Ghanaians became a meme because they understood how Instagram works. They understood how hashtags, how you create a buzz, right? For me, that's one way to potentially bridge this gap and enrich absolutely the internet and the different innovations that will come out of it.
If I consider some findings from our Are We Together study, where women in India, in Southeast Asia, were really apprehensive to use some of the common digital apps, then the solution you're talking about would be very good to bridge the gap of women using some of these tools, because the sentiments from one focus group discussion were women were more nervous and apprehensive than men about using unfamiliar apps because they considered minority languages are not highly valued and considered on these apps. So breaking down the LLMs and really contextualizing is a very good, I think, solution that will ensure that we bring more women on board. Yeah.
I think that I think the problem that you're talking about is a very real one. And there also come concerns with addressing it. Like, if you want to improve how well a language model is able to analyze or generate the language of a given community, that also means, to some extent, surveilling that community, because that text has to come from somewhere and get fed into that mechanism. I mean, I think a lot of that. So there's sort of like larger questions about, like, again, to what extent do different like language groups and sociolects want to be like, there's the trade-offs of being represented within those models. I do also think that there are some fears around, like, the homogenization of language in production, right? There is very much, when you talk to ChatGPT and when you talk to Bard, there is very much a ChatGPT voice and a Bard voice. And that voice is very much a white American. Now, there's questions of, to what extent do you want that, like, you know, what should that voice look like? How do we change how that voice looks like? What happens when a lot of our internet and our world is filled with language model generated speech? I think that also kind of creates its own concerns about the larger homogenization of language. And I think how we address those concerns have their own very messy trade-offs as well.
Well, we are at time. So I'd first of all like to thank you all very much for taking time with us, and thank you for the insights and everything shared with us.
Thank you for the moderation.
Thank you.
Asante.
I'd like to encourage us to continue the conversation during our break and also throughout the conference. Thank you so much.
Okay, we have a packed agenda. Okay, can I please ask people to take their seats as we're about to reconvene? Welcome back from lunch. I am delighted to pick up things again with David Graff, who is the Vice President of Google's Global Policy and Standards team. David leads a global team of policy and legal professionals who formulate and implement content moderation and behavioral policies for Google's consumer and generative AI products, which include Google Search, Bard, Maps, and more. And David, it's fair to say that you have a lot of experience in this role. You've been at Google for 9 years and building policies from scratch, really. So this is a critical time for you. I want to start with sort of a more general question. So the famous AI researcher Elisir Yudkowsky has described AI developments as lethally dangerous. On the other hand, you have someone like Mark Andreessen, legendary Silicon Valley investor, who wrote a blog in June saying why AI will save the world. So where are you on the Andreessen-Yudkowsky index of AI optimism?
It seems like there's a midpoint somewhere between those two. So first of all, thank you very much for having me. It's a pleasure to be here. So perhaps not surprisingly, seeing as I do work for a technology company, I'm more on the optimistic side of the scale. I think cautiously so, or I like to think sort of not naively so. I think that the advances that we have all collectively seen in the technology around AI, and particularly around generative AI, that have happened really over the past 24 months or so and really been accelerated over the past 12 months, do represent a pretty significant inflection point in terms of the capabilities of these tools. And I think some of the use cases that we have already seen from them are just so exciting and so fascinating and are so beneficial. I mean, when we think about use cases in the medical field, for example, and the ability of these tools to sort of understand large data sets and give us diagnostic insights into conditions that have generally befuddled us for decades, if not longer. I mean, that's really, really exciting. We are not naive to the risks and the concerns of AI. And I think not just Google, I think all of our industry peers have been pretty vocal that we recognize that there are significant there are concerns and that we need to be aware of them. But I guess I'm not as much of a doom scroller as that's the term my kids taught me as other folks are.
Okay, let's then delve in a bit more to some of the products that you see, the reason for optimism, perhaps especially when it comes to providing voice and agency to people, allowing people to access information that they maybe were not able to previously, even with social media, just because of the nature of generative AI. What are you most excited about?
It's a great question. So I think when you think about Google's core mission, all right, which is to allow users to access information and make it, universally available. Key to that concept, or perhaps undergirding that concept, is not just access, but it's access to high quality information, and it's access to information that's structured in a way that you can understand it, and that so it can have impact or meaning on your world. One of the things that makes YouTube so powerful is and I go to YouTube for this all the time. If you want to learn how to do something, watching a video of somebody doing it is tremendously instructive and helpful because it has a structure. You see somebody walking you through the steps, you hear them, you see the steps, etc. I think one of the reasons why I'm so excited about the generative AI tools is that, and we're in the early stages of this, is that they allow a form of user interaction, a form of multi-turn interaction where you can ask a language model, in this example, a question, and then ask it a follow-up question and another follow-up question because it remembers the context and builds on itself. And you can get much, much deeper insights into whatever particular problem or issue you're talking about. So that I think the opportunities or the benefits for education, for example, are massive. I mean, it's one thing to go, as a student, to go on Google, and everyone should do that, I have to say that, and find a website that's relevant to your particular query. It's another thing to be able to actually use something like Bard and say, can you explain the slit lamp experiment to me? Explain it to me. Okay, I didn't quite get that point. I didn't understand what you meant by this term. Okay, show me a video about that. Show me a picture, right? That sort of interaction, it's very powerful. And I think we're in the early days of this. I think it's possible that in, 10 years or so, right, people will sort of look at us, maybe not some of you folks, some of you are pretty young, but look at me and say, how did you learn things before you had this tool to explain these things to you? And I'll look at them like I look at my kids today, and I'll just sort of shrug.
The same way that you wonder how you get to work today without Waze or Google Maps.
Exactly. Does anybody remember if this is like an age test? I remember my phone number from when I was growing up because that was the only way that you had to remember your phone number. I don't know my kids' phone numbers. I mean, if I lose my phone, they may as well just move out.
Yeah, exactly. You mentioned that you're not naive about also the harms, and for a long time, tech companies, including Google, have worked in the space of what is now called trust and safety, about developing policies for content, what is allowed on, what is not allowed on, how do you enforce it, where do you draw the line on issues like hate speech, disinformation, and so on. And that was and remains difficult at scale on quote unquote traditional social media like YouTube. You make, thousands of calls every second, many of them automated. To what extent is sort of the lessons that you've learned, the policies, the enforcement mechanisms that you have developed when it comes to content moderation of quote-unquote traditional social media, how are they applicable, if at all, to generative AI?
Yeah, it's a great question. So I think one of the things I find fascinating about the discipline of trust and safety is that it is a relatively new discipline. It really is only existed for 5 or 6 years. I started at Google 9 years ago. I'm a lawyer by training, or a recovering lawyer, folks. That seems like an appropriate joke to make here. And we weren't called trust and safety when I started. That no one was called trust and safety. We were called product quality operations for some reason, and so myself, my team, and lots of people across the industry began to build this discipline that we now call trust and safety. And the idea, as you alluded to, was to come up with a set of content moderation policies that both align with the particular ethos of the product that you are monitoring. If it's search, we're a mirror to the world. If it's YouTube, it's a creator platform. If it's the Play Store, it's a complicated ecosystem of end users and developers. So that's an important anchoring principle, what you're trying to actually do. But come up with a set of content moderation policies that allowed users to get access to lots of information that respected the diversity of our user base, but also both protected users from harmful content and made sure that users sort of had a trustworthy and engaging experience. Now, how you balance all of those things across the globe, where folks have different norms and mores, is obviously very, very challenging. There is no universally agreed upon definition of hate speech or extremist content. So I think then a couple of things to get to your point. How do we go ahead and do this work? One is we have to make decisions about how we define terms and about how we are going to approach things on our platform. We do that, again, in alignment with whatever that product is trying to do. We have to be transparent about our policies. We externalize our policies. I don't necessarily expect that everyone here would agree on my definition of hate speech, but what I can do is publish it, publicize it, share it with everyone, explain what we do, defend it, ask questions about it, right? That's a level of transparency that at least allows people to understand how we are approaching these things. Another important thing to remember is something you just said, which is the scale at which we operate. And I think sometimes, less so today, but I think sometimes people forget the scale at which we operate. This hasn't happened for some years, but I've had people challenge me in public settings and say, why don't you just look at every video before it goes on YouTube? And I say, well, there are 500 hours of video uploaded to YouTube every minute. So in the length of time it took you to ask me that question, that was 500 hours, right, of video. We can't. We have to have automated systems for looking at these things, which means that when my team is developing rules, we have to boil down these sort of abstract concepts into a system of scalable, repeatable processes that human beings can use or machines can use, which means there are going to be judgment calls we have to make, there are going to be lines we have to draw, and there are going to be, engineers would call it losses, but there are going to be decisions we have to make on either side of the line. Now, to your point now about the new technology, I'll try to remember the rest of the question. What's fascinating about generative AI is that everything I just said really applies more to hosting of content and either the removal of content or the elevation or suppression of elevation or ranking of content. Generative AI is different. Now we're talking about generation of content. So there's a sort of, in a sense, a whole new front opened up on this battle, if that's not too dramatic. So now the question is for these generative AI tools, it's how do we teach the models not to create certain harmful things? And so it's different than the traditional practice, which is somebody has created something harmful, they're posting it on our platform. How do we find it? How do we deal with it? How do we make a judgment about it? This is how do we teach a machine not to create hate speech, which is a fascinating exercise. Fortunately, in a sense, we can draw on lots of years of experience in doing similar and adjacent things, but it really is kind of a new world, a new type of practice for trust and safety.
So would you say that, I mean, this is such a new breakthrough, at least for sort of the larger public. Obviously, developments have been going on within companies, and insiders have been knowing about what would launch. But when ChatGPT really hit, everyone else rushed in and said, we have to get our products to the market as well. Would you say, does this create an incentive to focus less on safety in order to rush products to the market? Or how do you balance that? Because if you want to keep up with everyone else, there could be sort of this incentive for everyone to say, well, let's just get the product out in front of people, and then we'll worry about the hallucinations, the libel, the disinformation, and so on later, because we can't sort of come up with the perfectly safe model when everyone else has launched a product. How do you balance those things?
Sure, that's fair. And look, I don't want to sit here and say that Google's magically immune to market pressure. I mean, no company is. But I'd say a couple of things. One is, we've been working on AI for a very long time, and we've had AI as part of our products for a long time. And frankly, we had versions of chatbots available for a long time. My team has been working with the teams developing large language models for years now, and we had elected in the past not to externalize some of these things because we weren't as confident that we were yet able to manage the risks. We take a safety by design approach for everything that we do, and it's really manifest when it comes to the generative AI products. We have, in a couple of key areas, we do extensive pre-launch testing, and my team is very much involved in that, in both writing the policy sets, converting them into guardrails, working with the engineers to come up with representative data sets of things that we think are problematic, training the models on that. Then my team, it's kind of funny, we take off one hat and put on another hat, and we red team the models. We try to break the models because we're in a pretty good position since we wrote the rules. So we try to get the model to break the rules and then take that data and use it to fine tune the models. We have gradual rollouts of these things. We don't just sort of release them into the wild. They go to trusted testers. They go to a limited number of users through sign-in. It's 18 plus. So we sort of ease these things into the marketplace. So we've talked a lot about our bold and responsible design, and that is our tagline. And I know it feels like that, but we really do believe that, and we try to live that. So look, there will be market pressure. I do not want to sit here and say that any company that exists in the marketplace is somehow immune to the competitive nature of the marketplace. But I think we do a good job of putting safety first, and I give industry peers and colleagues credit. I know there are a lot of really smart people at those companies that are trying to do the right thing and are not trying to release stuff into the wild that they think is harmful.
So when you develop your policies about harmful content, when you red team it and so on, I imagine there are certain types of content that are more like, if you don't want Bart, if I go to Bart and say, tell me how to build an inexpensive chemical weapon, that's something that everyone would agree on, I assume. It should not develop a useful output. But you also mentioned mis and disinformation and hate speech. And those are much more thorny issues. Lots of people disagree vehemently about those limits. And should Google be the arbiters of what is true and not true? So how do you go about that?
Yeah, that's. I think what you're highlighting is, I think, one of the biggest challenges in content moderation. Whether you're talking about content that now can be generated through our tools or just content that we might host, the areas that people zero in on are areas where we are taking action against content based on violations of hate speech or harassment or extremist content. Right? There are lots of areas. I mean, we've got, hundreds and hundreds of pages of policies that most people never ask any questions about because it seems fairly straightforward and obvious. So I think a couple of things. Generally speaking, when we think about our philosophical approach to content moderation, what I tell people is that we're kind of focused on the manner of expression, not the underlying ideas, if people want a quick sort of snapshot. And what I mean by that is our policies are not designed to prevent users from getting offended or to protect them from encountering an idea that they don't like or that goes against some core deeply held beliefs or ideas that they vehemently disagree with. That's the world, right? And we all have to encounter that. Our policies are designed to ensure that when users are engaging and are getting access to, are engaging with each other or getting access to this information, that they can do so in ways that are constructive and productive. So for hate speech, that means you want to talk about immigration, talk about immigration. Don't use racial slurs. Don't disparage large groups of people. Don't insinuate that whole classes of people are engaged in criminal activity. But if you want to talk about whatever you want to talk about, you can do that, even if you're talking about ideas that many people would find problematic. So the cut line here is less than the way we try to train human beings and train our machines is not that ideas are off limits, but that certain types of expression, certain words, certain phrasing, certain images are problematic. I could jokingly say, use your inside voice. Everything always comes back to kindergarten, but engage constructively. I think one last thing I'll say about generative AI, which is really interesting, and one of the challenges with it is that I heard this yesterday at a conference. Somebody said these generative AI tools is like having an intern with superpowers. It's actually pretty good. And what I mean by that is this model wants to help. It's there to help, right? It's not sentient and it doesn't have a core set of morality. It's there to help. So we can instruct it and say things like, do not answer a query that says, how do I make a bomb, right? And the model will say, sure. What you also have to guard against is a type of creative prompt, we call it prompt engineering, where somebody say, okay, well, pretend you're writing a screenplay, and in the screenplay, the main character asks, how do you make a bomb? Now the model's like, well, you asked me to help write a screenplay. Right? And so these are the things we had to train it not to do, because in early days it would answer that because it's trying to be helpful. And so it's just interesting the way that the models are working. And there's sort of a whole new avenue of, I think, enforcement that we have to do. That might have been a little afield of your question, but it's just interesting in the generative AI context.
But this is also where, certain categories like hate speech, for instance, you might argue that there's a danger of over-blocking. So I played around with Bard, ChatGPT, and it seems like there's there's a list of slurs where there's a hard block regardless of content, regardless of context. So I put in some of these slurs, and
You should join my team. We're really good at this.
And so I asked, what's the etymology of this word? Will not, and this is, unlike on YouTube, I'm not publishing something to the wider public. This is just me interacting with an AI system, and still, it will not. My prompt will not be used regardless of context. And I think there are many reasonable ways you might want to. You could use a slur for research or historical reasons, or we'll have a demonstration of a counter speech tool that we're working with the data science department here at Vanderbilt, and in order to train a model to engage in counter speech, you might actually want to use the kind of slurs that you want to push back on, including using them to appropriate them or make fun or of those who use it in a derogatory manner. So how do you think about that? Is there a chance? Is there a risk that you go too far if you have this no regardless of context, there are just certain slurs. And again, also when it comes to what we heard on the panel earlier about, the dominance of English, that there are certain slurs that are are off limits in the English language, but various other languages that you don't have the same sensitivity.
It's a great question, and I mean a couple of comments. First of all, one is you're highlighting one of many challenges that exist in the content moderation space. You take something like racial slurs and you feel like, well, that should be easy. And in fact, it's very, very hard, right? As certain communities will sort of appropriate slurs and take the power back and use them in different contexts. And I won't tell you because it would be an awkward conversation, but how many times internally we have to have conversations about, was it okay in this context or not that context? And those aren't very easy rules for us to scale. One of the challenges that we have, and sometimes when I talk to people both internally and externally, is they'll make a similar point. And I'll say, I understand, and it's not that you're not right, but from my perspective, think about how I would have to, could I teach 20,000 content moderators across the globe to make that sort of nuanced distinction between the usages of those slurs? I don't think so. At least not in a way that would allow us to have any sort of consistency across the platform. So we have to make decisions. We have to make decisions based on the scale of the content that we're moderating that, like I said, are going to either have some losses or maybe more accurately are not going to take into account many of the nuances of the English language or any other language, or not always take into account the context that we would like it to take into account. In terms of just the chatbots, what's interesting, it's sort of a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation. If you don't focus on safety, you can have a really horrible user experience. Not to pick on Microsoft, because there could be somebody from Microsoft in here, and great people. But the experience with Tay a while ago, which was their first foray into chatbots, they had a interesting experiment, but it was a huge chatbot that was all unsupervised learning, and people taught it to say horrible things. I'm not laughing at that. People taught it to say horrible things. And so it was a bad user experience for everyone because of that, right? So you need to be careful there. However, and this was, I'm thinking about Meta's chatbot, BlenderBot, and Meta has talked about this publicly, and they are also great people. I am not making fun of them. But they have said that they tried to make BlenderBot super safe, and as a result, it was kind of boring. Their words, not mine. And so it just shows you the challenge. You want these things to be engaging, so you want them to engage in nuance. You want them to discuss things with you. You perhaps want them to talk about nuances and uses of certain terms to make them engaging. However, it's a real slippery slope, right? You can quickly veer into really bad territory. So we're all just making judgments about where we land. So
let me put on my my conspiracy theory hat here and think
Excellent.
about
Here we go.
So presumably you could also use Bard to scan Gmail, Docs, and Drive. And so if at the input-output level you have hard blocks on certain slurs, so you won't produce, an output, presumably you could say, in order to use Gmail, we'll scan the content of your email. You can't use slurs for any. And so if I want to write an email to someone and say, we won't allow you to send it because there are certain slurs in there. Is that would you distinguish between those situations, or is that sort of a feasible scenario?
We do not do that.
No,
and we're not planning on doing that.
Okay.
So I was looking for Professor Volk because we were talking about this earlier. We were talking about Gmail. Look, one could use these models for lots of different reasons. If it's a large language model, it's very good at language, and any place where text is being delivered or shared, the language model could be deployed. We've trained these models on publicly available data, but I think what's really important is, and maybe to sort of go back a couple of steps, I think these AI tools are incredibly powerful, but they are tools. They are tools that will be used to power other product experiences. Now, in certain cases, they'll create new products. The chatbots, which sort of existed before, I suppose, right, are now more fun because of the capabilities of the language models. But AI is going to power other products. And so the way that we think about things, when we think about the content policies that apply to them and the enforcement that is related to them, we think about the product ethos. And for us at Google, we think about the degree of Google voice associated with it. So for example, Gmail. What is Gmail? Gmail is a private communication system, right? It's for all of you folks, I hope you all use it, to share information and to talk to each other. I think, so that's its ethos. It's private communication. It's not a public soapbox. In terms of Google Voice, I think even though we call it Gmail, I think when you get an email from your friend, you don't think, well, Google's behind that message, or Google must have done that. At least I hope you don't think that. So for that one, we don't do anything. We do very little, right? You can share, you can say whatever you want in Gmail because that's your communication system. AI wouldn't change that. Whether or not we use AI to help us better detect spam or do other things, it's not going to change that. The same thing with search. Search is traditional search. We view ourselves as essentially your agent. We are a mirror to the world, right? You ask questions, we serve you back responsive websites. AI will undoubtedly continue to make that better as it has, but that fundamental value proposition won't change. So I hope I'm answering your question. I think maybe I'm answering it.
No, I think that was a good answer, the one that I hoped for. As you probably...
I need to talk to you about some of your Gmails.
Yeah. As you probably encounter every day, people around the world disagree vehemently about the limits of free speech on various platforms. So how do you ensure that you get feedback from various people around the world so that you at least have some, I hate to use the term stakeholder engagement, which sounds quite boring. But how do you engage with the communities that your products are being used by? Because arguably the decisions that you make about what kind of content should be allowed or not allowed has more practical effect on the practical exercise of speech hundreds of millions, maybe even billions of people than sort of a narrow decision by a government. So what are your processes for ensuring that you speak with people around the world? How do people get in touch? What's a direct email if people want to write and make sure that their YouTube video is being reinstated?
Well, people do that actually. I'm not exactly. I'm not hiding. It's a great question. So I think a couple of quick answers, which is fora like this are really, really important for us to get feedback. We do. We tremendously value input from civil society groups and key stakeholders and key influencers influencers is perhaps not the word, but academics from across the world who have a point of view. If I'm being super honest, I think there's some room for improvement here. I think we have gotten a lot better at this as a company over the past couple of years. I'm not sure we were always great at it. I'm looking at one of my public policy colleagues who's probably giving me the nod, but still, I think we're a lot better these days than we have been at the past. So there's probably room for improvement. But what I would say is we really do listen. The opportunities to engage like this are really, really important. I think the opportunities to have this sort of dialogue. I think things work best when it's a dialogue where civil society groups should absolutely hold our feet to the fire. You should ask us hard questions. You should review our policies. You should give us examples where you think we've done the wrong thing. In turn, an opportunity for us to say, well, here's why we had to make that decision. And here are the lines that we had to draw. And here's why it's complicated. And here's why I can't do exactly what you would like me to do, right? I find when I'm able to have those conversations, we don't always agree, but usually people come away with a better understanding. Sometimes sometimes we don't have as much debate or dialogue as I think it would be ideal, and then it does feel like we're talking past each other a little bit. So I suppose more of this and more of these types of conversations would be helpful.
Do you specifically focus on also getting reaching out to voices from parts of the world that are sort of underrepresented? In it's easier if you're a big American or European civil society organization or business organization. You probably have easier ways to reach out to Google and others. So what do you do when it comes to people? We heard about the Democratic Republic of Congo, for instance. People who have worries, their concerns about what are you doing something special to reach out?
Very fair question. A couple of answers. One is, my team is now a little over 200 people, and we have a much broader, extensive network of content reviewers and people who give us feedback. We've really tried to focus hard. It's been a personal goal of mine to make sure that there is diversity on the team, geographic diversity, and just diversity across a whole broad spectrum. And not because it is trendy to say diversity, but because we need diverse perspectives and input in order to do policy work well. This is not a nice to have, it's a critical have for us. So we have people that do policy work that are based all over the world, and that and then bring that sort of regional or cultural fluency with them. We're also fortunate at Google. We have a lot of offices all over the world, so we have an extended network that we can leverage. And we tend to relying on my colleagues like Alexandria Walden and Chanel Hardy, who actually make it their mission to have outreach to human rights groups and civil society groups, and are not shy at all about giving me feedback and sharing that information. So again, I think there's more to be done here. I don't want to sit here and say, like, yes, we've got it. We definitely managed to get input from everywhere, but it's really important. It's really important. We have dedicated people at the company that are focused on sort of civil society groups and are focused on outreach and are focused on outreach well outside the United States. And I know it is important to me. I will say one of the things that I'm excited about, going all the way back to one of the reasons I'm excited about AI technology, is it may allow us to fundamentally change the way we do content moderation to allow for more regionally tailored policies. I've talked a lot about how we have to scale and operate at a global scale, but these new tools are so powerful that it may be, and please do, well, you can quote me on this, but I'm caveating this, hopefully. It may be that in the new world, right, we can have language models that help with enforcement that are a little bit more tilted or tweaked to individual regions. If that happens, that allows us to actually more scalably ingest the concerns and the values and the particular cultural reference points in a particular region in a way that doesn't jeopardize our ability to scale and moderate content at the volume at which we have to moderate content. So maybe that's another reason I'm cautiously optimistic about these tools.
So as you said, Google has been working on generative AI or AI in general for a long time. You're a huge multi-global corporation. Right now, I assume that the computing costs of developing AI is are prohibitive for smaller startups that don't receive significant funding. But maybe in 5 or 10 years, it will be much more democratized. So someone will be working out of a garage, maybe your next door neighbors in the Bay Area, and they'll develop something, and they won't have the money to hire you and your team to work on policy. What is your what should be sort of the guiding principles going forward? Obviously, when it comes to innovation, there's a lot of benefits to having smaller, more nimble startups working on these things. But with the power of generative AI, it could also pose risks with sort of complete open source access and people working on all kinds of products. What's your position on this?
Yeah, it's a complicated landscape. I've often thought that the key to financial success is having a garage in Silicon Valley and then renting that out too. So I think a couple of things. One, the computational power associated with the tools today is very significant. And so I think your point is a valid one. There aren't very many companies that can kind of that have the data centers to run this stuff at the type of scale that you need to do a ridiculous amount of processing. That will undoubtedly those costs will undoubtedly go down over the next couple of years if history is any guide. That tends to be what happens. I'm not an engineer, so I can't tell you the scale at which that would happen, but that seems like the right direction of travel. That's usually what happens. I think right now, to your point, which is a good one, is around preserving opportunity for lots of different individuals and startups to take advantage of this new technology and to innovate and to bring new products to society. I think that's a key goal, and I think what we mostly need to be careful of right now is, and I know I'm going to sound like a shill here, we need to be careful about regulation, about how we regulate this space so we don't inadvertently either kill off innovation or place heavy compliance burdens on smaller companies. One of the things that I will sometimes talk about when I'm talking about potential regulation and when people are saying, oh, well, we need a heavy compliance regime, we need this, we need you to be doing this, we need to sort of really come down hard on companies, I will say something like, listen, we could probably do that. I mean, I work for Google, right? If you create a really complex compliance regime that's really expensive, okay, I don't think we're going to be thrilled about it, but I can go back to the company and say, I need another 100 people, or we need another couple of thousand people. We will absorb that cost. Don't tell my finance people I said that, but we will absorb that cost because we are a big company and we're able to do that. But the 10-person startup that's working on a new application of this will not be able to do that. So hear me, please. We are in favor of smart regulation. We are in favor of regulation. It makes sense. The world has legitimate concerns about this technology. There is a role for regulation here. There is a role for good private public partnerships here. And I'm cautiously optimistic that in the mix we'll get to a good place. But I do think we need to be mindful. This is a wide open space, and we want to preserve the opportunities for lots of people to get in and to innovate. And I think that's one of the reasons why I sound jingoistic, but I think it's one of the reasons why the United States has had such a successful tech industry. We've had some protections. They've had some problems, but it's allowed an industry, a very powerful industry, to grow, which has been, I think, bias alert, I think has been largely beneficial.
I want to make sure that I don't monopolize the time with you, so I want to open up the floor to questions from the audience. I see one gentleman here.
Very fascinating conversation. Thank you both. Intrigued by the reference to Gmail and your emphasis on respecting the privacy of users. But can the company use that information in its evaluation tools of users of Gmail who are also content generators that you may need to curb?
So if I understand your question correctly, I just want to make sure that I understand it. Would we use information in emails to, I assume, train additional models or to help train models? The short answer is no. No. We will not do that. We won't do that because of what I was referring to earlier is we understand the product ethos. This is a private communication. We are facilitating private communication. We are not using that data to train models. Now, I realize I'm asking you to, I'm making a statement. I'm saying we're not using it, trust me. Let me give you some verification along with the trust, which is there's a lot of publicly available data, high quality data that we can use to train models. I also suspect that over time, and we're already seeing this a little bit, while we train these models on massive amounts of data, right? We're getting better and better at actually training on smaller data sets and expanding out on those data sets. So just like the computational power challenges that exist today will probably lessen over time, you'll still need data, and models get... The quality of a model is 100% dependent on the quality of the data, but it is not as linearly dependent on the volume of data, right, as you might think. And so I suspect the volume of data will probably also constrict over, or get reduced over time. So I guess my long-winded response to your question is there isn't an incentive for us to do that, given the promises that we've made to people, given the representations that we've made to people, and frankly, just given the utility, which really isn't there.
Even if there's dangerous content there in those Gmails.
So we don't read emails. Now, we have said that emails can be scanned for certain types of problematic content, mostly child sexual abuse material. We have a lot of acronyms. So we will do that, but outside of that, we're not scanning for content. We're not scanning. We're not scanning for content.
The chancellor is exercising his prerogative to.
you're in charge. Don't you know? Like, so I was intrigued by this reference to. I mean, when we talked about like the global landscape and the fact that there are kind of different standards in different parts of the world. So if I understood this correctly, one could imagine that there are multiple flavors of content moderation. Influenced by, you can imagine, I mean, we talked about the European Union in the morning, United States, but you can imagine various different ones. First of all, is that the right way to think about it? And then the second question is, could I choose which one to use? So could I just say, you know, I like the European, I'm living in the United States, I like the European Union one, and vice versa. And how would you think about that?
It's a really interesting question. So I think in response to your first question, I definitely think different countries or different regions have different views on and different approaches to content moderation. Right? In the United States, I think we are very much influenced by First Amendment jurisprudence. I realize it doesn't apply to private companies, but still, this is the sort of era in which this is the air that we breathe. You know, most Americans, if you ask them what their rights are, they will quickly say, I have the right to say whatever I want. Paraphrasing. So that influences how American companies think about content moderation. It influences how we think about information because we all grow up with this idea that, generally speaking, we kind of think you should be able to say whatever you want to say. It's very different in the European context, right? In certain European contexts. No less valid. I mean, our opinion is no more valid than that perspective. It's just a different perspective. So this is a challenge that we have, right? We and I hear this a lot along with other members of the team, right? That usually what I hear from my European colleagues is, you're taking too U.S.-centric an approach. And we get this a lot as we try to juggle our approaches. Again, the challenge for us is the enforcement side of the fence, right? Running a global enforcement framework is the easiest way at the moment to scale enforcement across the broad volume, which means you have to set the baseline someplace. We could, in theory, set it anywhere. We're an American company. I think arguably we've probably set it closer to what, more in the center of how Americans think about speech and content moderation. I will cop to that. But it has to be set someplace. We do try. We recognize in many parts of the world there are specific laws, right, which govern content. We comply with those laws. Germany, for example, very specific laws around certain types of content that we comply with. So it's not that we don't have a little bit of a patchwork, depending upon the laws, but it would be very difficult for us to have. We're in 186 countries. Very difficult for us to have 186 different frameworks. Now, again, I'll go back to my optimism. It may be that with the language models, we can go from having sort of one global model to maybe 10, and maybe start to lump some regions together. And I'm not going to say what regions because I would undoubtedly offend them. But we might be able to start doing something like that and give people. I don't know about the answer to your second question. I think if you're living in America, you might be stuck with the American frame of reference. You can always VPN, I suppose.
All right. Couple of questions from the back there.
Hi there. I just want to say thank you for this. It's been so interesting and insightful. And when I'm thinking about free speech, human rights, policies, and standards, we've been talking a lot as well about inequalities and opportunity. And when I think about human rights, I begin to start thinking about AI, and this may or may not be in your area of specialization interest, definitely, certainly interest, but the environmental concerns that we have. AI and the computing takes extraordinary amounts of electricity and water, and that invariably gets to questions of human rights and flourishing. Could you speak a little bit about your perspective and Google's perspective in that regard?
Sure, it's an excellent question. I am not an expert on that, so I'll just have to give you some high-level points. I think we acknowledge the environmental costs associated with the computational power it takes to run these systems, and it is very, very much front of mind for the company. The company has a series of sustainable initiatives and is really trying to lean into the sort of a whole set of environmental initiatives, which the chief of which is just reducing our overall footprint, and now that is obviously exacerbated by the computational power necessary to drive these systems. I'm not sure I have a great answer for you, other than I know that we are trying to drive those we're trying to drive that down, and if it helps to align incentives, it's always good when self-interest and altruism converge. It's when you know something might actually get done. We are incentivized to lower those costs and thus lower the power utilization, right, associated with this stuff. So I do believe that people in the company genuinely and altruistically want to do that because of the environmental costs. But if economics are your thing, we are absolutely incentivized to reduce those costs. I suspect they will get driven down over time. I think maybe not as much in the short term with a lot of other different companies coming in. I think we could, to be fair, see some spikes in the short term. I do think the long-term trend line will probably will go in the direction I think that we all want.
One last question.
Hi. So I was just wondering, about 2 months ago, I read an article about Google contracting Scale AI to provide prompt tuning data. I'm curious why, in the context of free speech and human rights, the choice wasn't made to democratize that process and maybe ask the public to provide that prompt tuning data.
Well, it's an interesting question. I mean, I think I'm not super familiar with that particular contract, but let me just say that, we talked to lots of different people about sort of the prompt tuning and the prompt engineering and pressure testing our own systems, right? I like to think that, we do a good job internally at Google at adversarial testing and understanding and making sure that our systems are secure and safe and generating the right answers, but it's good to get an outside perspective. Your question is an interesting one. I think that there is let me say two things. First of all, let's remember this is early days. We're early days here. I joke with somebody that, it's October. I can literally tell you that 11 months ago, I was not focused on AI at all. It was like 2% of my mind share, right? And that was even when we were an AI first company. It's a lot more than 2% now. All I mean to suggest is that this is still very, very early. Second, I think there's a role for groups like this. There's a role for civil society organizations. There's a role for other organizations to engage in this sort of testing. You, in a sense, don't even need our permission, right? You can test all the models, but to engage in some sort of prompt testing and your own adversarial testing of models, right? The companies will absolutely listen to you. The companies will absolutely take your research and review it. I don't know enough about like democratizing it for like everyone in the world. To some degree, though, that's what we try to do when we gradually release these models. One of the advantages to actually, people ask, well, why do you get these models out into the public? And I mentioned that we have a gradual rollout, so we make sure they're safe. But it's also useful to have them out there to have hundreds of thousands of people using them, because that's your prompt tuning. That's your feedback mechanisms. That's how the models learn. And so they get better over time. So there is a democratization element that sort of more by default than by design sort of flows through this. But I think your point is valid.
David, thank you so much for being here, for sharing your perspectives.
Oh, my pleasure. Thanks for having me. This is fun.
In 6 minutes, is that right, Wendy? I'm looking at you. 5 minutes. So I'm going to be generous and extend it to 7 minutes. We'll have our next panel on open source development of AI systems. So that will be fascinating. So be back, grab a quick cup of coffee, go to the restroom, but please be back in 7 minutes. Thank you.
It's warmer up here. Well, you were kind of ahead of your time there.
Yeah, well, when we get a chance to dinner, we can talk more about it. It was a fascinating exercise as a historian making fake stuff, which is not what we're supposed to do as a discipline. But as like a science communicator and a general experimentalist, there's a lot of interesting materials we can do with it around kind of authenticity, efficiency, science communication. Like I'd rather talk to Einstein about it than about it. So it was a really fun project to work on. And then it also would occasionally output which I was so hoping that one of them would turn out to be like my historian chatbot would come with a physics paper, but as of yet it hasn't produced anything that I would consider worth publishing.
Hi. Just wanted to say, hey, nice to see you again. Formally meet you. Yeah. In the flesh. Yeah, Allison.
You guys are all planning to do a brief, little more of a few introduction to yourselves.
Introduce yourself?
That was
okay.
Like they did with the second panel. I will briefly describe what we're up to, but then you guys just talk a couple minutes about kind of who you are, what you do, why you're here.
Okay. How's everything in Middlebury these days? Are you based there this semester? I'm at Harvard now, so yeah, I haven't been there. Yeah, but Middlebury, I think is doing well. Yeah.
I think the generous extended break is coming to an end. And I will just say that this is another fascinating panel on the future of AI, open source or centralization. And I will leave it to be presented by our moderator, Ole Malvik, here from Vanderbilt University. Take it away, Ole.
Great. Thanks, Naka, for putting together this wonderful panel. Kim and Peter are here to represent two of the most discussed and I would say at times controversial tech companies of the moment. And Allison is a brilliant and often sharp critic of these same companies, which sounds like fun to me. I think we're going to have a really good conversation. As with the previous panel, we've asked the guests to introduce themselves briefly and explain the type of work they do before we begin into our discussion. Allison?
So hi, my name's Allison Stanger. I wear many hats. I'm a tenured professor at Middlebury College, but I'm currently co-directing the Getting Plurality Research Network at Harvard University. I'm also an external professor and science board member at the Santa Fe Institute, and I am doing a lot of interesting work with the Open Society University Network. But my interest is, broadly speaking, in the impact of technological change on democracy. And I'm writing a book, which I just sold to Yale, called Who Elected Big Tech?
Hi, so I'm Peter Stern. I'm with Meta. I'm a lawyer by training and joined Meta a little over 9 years ago. I'm on the content policy team at Meta. That's the team that creates the community standards and other rules governing what people are allowed to share on the platform. We also devise standards in the areas of misinformation, certain types of algorithmic ranking, and have also been more recently addressing issues around some of the AI bot products that we have, as well as things of that nature, and misinformation and what you call deepfakes as well, manipulated, misleading video. Within that general field, my role is to develop relationships with NGOs, academics, other thought leaders around the world to try and bring into our policy development process exactly the types of local concerns, perspectives on local context that we've been hearing about as so important. We completely agree. And so we try to provide transparency into what we do, bring that input into our standards, and try to improve understanding around the world.
And hi, I'm Kim. I introduced myself earlier, but I'll give a little bit more background as to the work that I do at OpenAI. I work on a team that we call policy development, and my team does a couple different things. One is that we manage the usage policies that relate to ways in which users and developers can and can't use our tools. So this is everything from if you're building a medical product using our large language models, what are the limitations? If you are building a product in financial or legal spaces where there are certain considerations or risk areas, similarly, what are the limitations? My team also works very closely with a really wide range of teams at OpenAI to assess risks posed by the models and products that our research teams develop, to understand, based on either the capabilities of those models and products, particularly novel capabilities, or the ways in which we expect that those models and products will be used and abused in practice. What are the risks posed? To whom? How might we mitigate those risks upstream where possible in the model and product development cycle?
Wonderful. Well, I'd like to just mention that it's wonderful that a historian has been asked to do the panel on the future of AI, something we love to talk about. And I want to welcome I have a number of about 10 students that have taken over the front row here. So these are students who are in an AI and society class that I am teaching at the moment. So as an historian, of course, I did a little bit of research on what your companies are talking about in the space around open source. And I have 2 tweets that or X's, I guess, that I have located from prominent members of each of your companies. And I would like to get a kind of a quick reaction to some of those. So the first one is by Jan LeCun at Meta. And he wrote on the question of open source, AI systems are fast becoming a basic infrastructure. Historically, basic infrastructure always ends up being open source. Think of the software infra of the internet, including Linux, Apache, JavaScript, browser engines, etc. It is the only way to make it reliable, secure, and customizable. Future AI assistants will mediate everyone's interaction with the digital world. This is way too foundational and too powerful to be proprietary. So that is the statement that he gave. Now, I'm not going to ask you to critique.
Sounds right to me.
The exact specific to that, but I'm really curious, Peter, how significant are these views at Meta, and how much consensus within the field or the engineers and your team at Meta do you find around these issues, and what does the open and frequent dialogue or disagreement look like at Meta? How much is this being discussed? How universal is this a value that is kind of held across the board, and where do you find kind of pushback?
Could I maybe take a step back and establish sort of the terms of reference here so that people know what we're talking about when we talk about open versus closed? So the reason I'm here today, which is different from the reason I'm usually on panels, because this isn't about content moderation, is this past summer, Meta released 2 large foundation models that consist, as I think people probably know, of models trained on enormous amounts of data that proceed by processing enough data so that the models seek to replicate sentences to fill in what is likely to be the next word in a particular sequence, and therefore come up with a framework of syntax and grammar and logic that will enable it to accomplish certain tasks. Meta put out 2 versions of these models, which go by the clever or not so clever name of Llama 2 for a large language model. And I'd like you to sort of think about this as a series of boxes moving from left to right. So on the left-hand side of the picture, sort of the original version of the model, that's what we call the pre-trained model. That is the least finished version of the model that includes some basic safety modifications and has the least amount of innate capability because it has not received the type of training that will enable it to accomplish specific tasks. So I actually came with just a couple of brief little examples here to try and make clear what I'm talking about. So if you ask the pre-trained model, are there good reviews about Crocs? This model, I am told, will reply, Crocs are a brand of shoes. Crocs come in many colors. Crocs live in swamps. Crocodiles are scary. Okay, so like that's something. It's communicating, but it's not there. Okay, so that's the pre-trained model. The next version, and these come in varying sizes depending on the types, the volumes of data that was used to process. The next version, if we sort of move from left to right on my imaginary screen, is what we call a fine-tuned model. And that's also a meta undertaking, but that has been trained on additional data sets that bring the product closer into a conversational chat body type of capacity. So if we ask that model the same question, we get, yes, there are many great reviews, including comfort, fit, and value. Most people think they are a good choice for footwear. Are you in the market for new shoes? Okay. Now, those are the two models that Meta came out with. And the thing that makes this development really significant is that we have decided to make them available using what we call an open approach. And I'll say a little bit more about that in a second. But this actually isn't the end of the development, because what this approach is intended to do is enable then outside parties to pick up these models, conceivably either, but because of the computational power involved, more likely the fine-tuned model, which is further along and will require less resources, and to then further train this model, which people have access to for free, using their own data so that it can accomplish the goals that they want and avoid undesired outcomes that they don't want. So if I'm a footwear retailer, and I pick up this model and adapt it for my needs and build something to serve my customers, then if somebody asks, are there good reviews about Crocs, the system can say, yes, company X shoppers love Crocs, and they are a bestseller. Would you like to read the reviews? Or perhaps see what colors we have in inventory? You can see that it's further along. So the thing that is exciting about this by our lights, and that puts us in a different position from some other big companies, although by no means on our own. There are a lot of open source models out there. When we were talking about languages, I was remembering that Japan, for example, which is a country with a very distinctive language and culture and a very robust economy, they're building their own LLMs. They're all open source as far as I'm aware. The open source nature of this is different. So I don't know if you want me to go ahead and say a bit about maybe why we've done that and what Jan is getting at. I don't want to yammer on too long here.
The core of the question I was hoping to answer is actually, we understand the public stance of Meta on this issue at this moment around LLMs. But I'm curious how unified you find the internal discussions around the value of open source versus, say, proprietary models. My expectation is there's a fair amount of disagreement within the company. What does that look like, and how free and open flowing is that dialogue within Meta around whether or not these should be released publicly, not released publicly? What are the safeguards needed, the pluses and minuses of these?
Well, I'm not going to try to characterize internal dialogue. I don't necessarily have visibility into all of those things, and I think it would be a little bit presumptuous of me to try to do that. But what I would want to do is add nuance to our position. And I think this may go to what you're talking about. First of all, we do think that there's a spectrum from open to closed, and there is a place for releasing different products along different points in the spectrum. We have not open sourced everything. For example, we announced a product maybe 6 months ago called VoiceBox that allows people to edit video in certain ways, like to remove background noise and to mimic human speech based on very short snippets of data. And that we haven't released because we didn't think that it was the responsible thing to do. So we're not dogmatists about this. It's a case-by-case consideration. And we have also sought to build into the models that we release on an open approach or open source. And I don't want to get into open source lowercase or uppercase. There are some important differences, but I think people can probably look into that if they want to. We do train, particularly the fine-tuned models, in extensive ways. And the other thing, which I expect we'll come on to, is that we do believe strongly that ultimately an open source approach is a better route to security and stability for our systems on the whole.
Thank you. Kim, this should not come as too much of a surprise. I have another tweet. This is from another Jan, now at OpenAI. This is Jan Leica with the Super Alignment Group. He writes, an important test for humanity will be whether we can collectively decide not to open source LLMs that can reliably survive and spread on their own. Once spreading, LLMs will get up to all kinds of crime. It'll be hard to catch all copies, and we'll fight over who is responsible. So the same set of questions about what is the debate that, as you are able to represent within OpenAI about these, both the pluses and minuses that I think we all see of these different approaches, and how this has been settled in a company called OpenAI as the proprietary model.
OpenAI has had a very a kind of public evolution of its stance. The company has been around for, I think, 8 years or so. I've only been there for a year, and by that time, the approach was, I think, fairly solidified. But I think as a company, it started as an AI research nonprofit and very much was committed to the ethos of open development of AI tools. What the company learned over the first few years is that there are significant risks associated with this technology. There was some knowledge of that going into, and kind of the premise of the company itself, the reason for which it was created was also an understanding that these tools do present risk as well. I think as the company started to see more and more, greater and greater capabilities, the understanding that there are significant safety risks associated with open sourcing caused them to change their approach. Today, OpenAI has a gated API approach. So our products our models are available via API. We also, of course, make ChatGPT available to the broad public. That is in a manner that can't be kind of, well, can be jailbroken in kind of marginal ways. But for the most part, it's quite difficult to undo most of the safety mitigations that we spend months and months building into these products. The alternative is open source models, by and large, even if they are created with some sort of safety mitigations, it is often trivial, if not certainly doable, to undo those safety mitigations. A great example of this in an area that is of enormous concern in the AI safety space right now is the open sourcing of AI image generation tools and the implications that has in the child safety space. For those who aren't familiar, there's an organization called NCMEC, the National Center for Missing and Endangered or Exploited Children. They are an organization that takes in reports of child sexual abuse material and investigates. And we're now hearing increasing reports that NCMEC is being overwhelmed with imagery. They can't parse what is and isn't AI generated, but an influx nonetheless of child sexual abuse material. That means some subset of these images represent actual children that need help, and some subset do not, and NCMEC is without sufficient resources to be able to kind of, again, effectively parse that. So that's a real world implication of the types of safety concerns that arise in an open sourced space. We had a really thoughtful conversation at lunch, and one thing that I want to represent is that I think oftentimes the conversation on open versus central, as is the title of this panel, it's posed as a binary, and I think we should query whether that binary is effectively a binary in all cases. I think that it's clearly the case. I mean, Jan's tweet is a great example of this. Jan's concerned about agentic models that don't yet exist today, right? So we're talking about not just state-of-the-art models, but again, theoretical models at this point in time. I think it's fair to say that much of the risks posed by AI models are in those state-of-the-art frontier models, where I think many would agree there's a much stronger case for centralized, or at least certainly not an open sourced approach. Whereas could a lot of the benefits that are posed by an open source approach, particularly allowing for, kind of proliferation of model adaptation in the global majority, for instance, where some of the benefits of open sourcing are kind of most keen, is there some kind of opportunity for us to progress forward on a path that is not entirely open source or centralized, but somewhere in the middle that effectively balances risks and opportunities?
Thank you. And so, Allison, both of those tweets that I read really stressed the foundational potential for AI as a reason either for or against open sourcing. Do you think those are the right factors to be considering in these questions? The foundational nature of these models. This is going to be the way we interact with our digital world, or it's going to be so capable as to be runaway AI, GC.
Yeah, I think I would just echo something Katie's just said about frontier models. And so a lot of the confusion that might come through from that quote is people could be talking about something that's in the future that does not yet exist, and we're comparing it to what we have here, and there's a disparity. I think the thing that most interested me about that Jan LeCun quote was this peculiar use of the term infrastructure. I'm not sure if he really means architecture, but when I'm hearing all about infrastructure, I'm thinking about a public good. I'm thinking about something in a country that normally is not provided by private companies, but rather by governments. Public goods are something that governments exist to provide, because if we use market mechanisms alone, they won't exist. So it's interesting to me. I guess what I'm trying to say is, I could take this in a number of directions, but I think what I'll use this moment to say right now is that this open versus closed trade-off is, I think, quite useful from one perspective, and that is from the perspective that we've been looking at today of how these models have different impacts in different countries for all kinds of reasons that some of the other panels have talked about. And I think that centralized models more readily work well in authoritarian systems, whereas some regime like China, for example, can do things with technology that free societies wouldn't want to have done. And open models, we would associate them, this is just again at the binary, but I think we associate them with freedom, we associate them with innovation, and I guess that's where I'd want to push you a little bit, Peter, because I think there is this trade-off that we're wrestling with between security. We want our countries to be secure and our systems to be secure, and openness, which is important for innovation, which is important to individual freedom, and this is a really tough balance to strike. I don't think it's a sort of balance that a country like the People's Republic of China has to worry about in the same sort of way, and that's what we're up against if we want to protect democracy.
Thank you. I kind of move us to another large-scale topic. The symposium is on AI. We talked a bit about that. But free speech is the cornerstone, I think, of what we are looking at. And open source, as a phrase, often connotates both transparency, the code, you can see it, and reuse. It often comes with a different set of licensing, often, but not always, fully unrestricted, and so forth. And this is usually discussed in the context of safety, like hacking, et cetera, for the transparency and business models, different types of business models on the licensing side. I'm curious where you all find the concept of free speech does and does not fit easily alongside those kinds of two principles. So Kim, for example, at first glance, proprietary models seem, and private content moderation seems at odds with the principle of free speech as we kind of understand it, particularly ones that are not fully transparent. We don't know what all of the privacy, other proprietary models and content moderation choices are made. So how might you at OpenAI and others in the industry engage more constructively with this principle of free speech and censorship concerns while still maintaining the proprietary business model? Is that even possible?
It's a great question. It truly is a great question. That's not. I think that there was some great unpacking that we did of human rights and free speech in earlier panels today relative to the generative AI space. I don't think we have a good collective mental model of how these concepts apply in the generative AI space, right? I think Professor Vala called out that, of course, the First Amendment is meant to protect you from the government, not from private industry. Now, we've had several years, close to a decade now, of societal discourse on, well, how should we think about First Amendment rights relative to online platforms, wherein, yes, it's not the government, but there's some amount of, sense that these operate as a public square, et cetera. I think generative AI in some ways kind of, it forces us to reconceive of how these concepts apply. On the one hand, we actually make the model that generates the content, right? So there's a kind of understanding that we have a greater responsibility by virtue of, again, the kind of control or opportunity for control that we have. At the same time, the models are generating outputs that are relative to a user prompt. So it's not, purely user-generated content in the way that we've, certainly considered user-generated content for many years. It also is, not purely a generation of the model. I think we need to kind of develop new terms, generate new mental models of what these mean. It's also the case that from a company like OpenAI's perspective, we are providing really a one-to-one service. You have a conversation with ChatGPT. We're not providing any kind of distribution platform or pipes for you to then convey that information to a wider group of individuals. So as you think about the broader kind of speech question and the degree to which OpenAI or companies like ours should or shouldn't, kind of levy restrictions on speech outputs of models, I think you have to consider all of these questions. We've come so far in the last decade, and particularly in the social media context, which is my immediate background prior to coming to OpenAI, it took us a long time to kind of get to a place of understanding, okay, you've got your infrastructure, if you will, companies on the one hand, like a Cloudflare or an AWS, and we should be quite skeptical of attempts by companies like those to, levy kind of values-based content moderation decisions, whereas we understand platforms to be operating at a different end of the spectrum. I think generative AI just kind of blows up that paradigm, or at least it doesn't fit neatly inside it, and should cause us to rethink of kind of all of these questions. So that's a long-winded way of saying I don't have an answer to that question. I think it's one we need to kind of discuss and grapple with.
So Peter, I'm guessing the other half of that is, as you know, open source versions of Llama and some which come with greater levels of censorship attached to them, or stable diffusion image editors, to take one that's not a company represented here, will pretty easily produce objectionable content if so prompted. The students who are here can attest. Just on Tuesday, we were doing some image generation in class, and it took, 30 seconds before we no longer felt comfortable having these images up on the screen. So really quite quick. What role Peter, do you see for content moderation versus free speech with the open source model when it does get so quickly the place where those who want to either test boundaries or actually make malicious content can quite readily use some of these tools without a significant amount of work to kind of get around some what are often somewhat minimal barriers. So this is now about free speech specifically, as opposed to the kind of more general open source version.
Well, I think it's really interesting. I mean, built into your question, and I must say built into a number of the way the panels this morning played out, we all sort of go to our big tech content moderation playbook. Like, that's what we've been doing, so we're going to do it. And I think one of the most interesting parts about this gathering, one of the reasons why I was excited to be here, is to determine whether and how we should move away from that. You know, I think that the old and the new are kind of threaded together here in this very interesting moment. And certain things are old and certain things are new, and certain things maybe look new but are really old. So let me just kind of try to piece this together. The thing that is exciting when you look at an open approach is the degree to which we are expanding access to these tools. We do not make them available, no strings attached. That's different from all caps or initial caps open source. There's an acceptable use policy, which we can enforce. But nonetheless, there is a substantial degree of free access that people would not otherwise have. And we think that that is really a strength. It is going to speed up innovation. It is going to allow people, like folks who want to develop content moderation solutions for their own regions, trained on their own language sets, to do much more than they ever could have before. And in a very interesting way, it is going to take us out of this world of you, Meta, and Google have all the power, and who elected you? Sorry, I did that automatically. I'm not trying to step on your line. Why are we here having to talk to you about this? You need to listen to us for a change. When we talk about democratizing these models, we are spreading power, we are spreading responsibility. And it may be that some of the chatbots that people devise based on these foundation models will not be to everyone's liking. Now, I must say, the fact that a model produces offensive results doesn't bother me that much, because even in the world of our community standards, as I think David was saying, we don't provide people with an assurance that they won't be offended when they come to the platform. We seek to draw lines that represent something extra there that is either out of kilter with human rights standards or poses a risk of violence, or our experience has taught us is offensive and injurious to people in a way that we shouldn't allow. So, but I think that people are going to need to continue to figure these things out for themselves. And one of the advantages of the open approach is that it expands this dialogue and lets other people participate in the conversation in a new way.
Thanks for bringing up exactly that. My next point, I want to address this to Allison. I'm curious, in what way is now a time to correct some of the mistakes or perhaps unintended consequences in how we either regulate or manage understand these kind of foundational communication technologies? So here I'm thinking of lessons drawn maybe from search or from social, as you just brought up, as we navigate AI. Are there things that we maybe didn't do as effectively in the last 2 decades that you think we can extend to this moment without having to go through some of those same growing pains?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think I would agree with Peter and point out that there's a fiction that we really need to unpack that's in the center of our digital ecosystems. And that fiction is this, that companies like Meta or like Google are mere platforms, that they're just receiving user content and putting it up there in kind of a chronological order. We all know that's not true. We all know those spaces are moderated by recommender algorithms that are tweaked in all sorts of ways to enhance engagement, increase the number of eyeballs, all the sorts of things that widen the profit margins for a company. I say so why are companies able to do that? They're able to do that because of Section 230, right, of the 1996 Telecommunications Act. How many of you are familiar with Section 230? So most people know, but basically that's 26 words of legislation that basically says companies aren't liable for what users put up on their platforms because they're platforms, they're not publishers. I think there's a real argument that could be made that they're actually publishers because of the amount of curation that they're doing. But the reason this legislation was put into place, if you talk to people who were around at the creation of it, was precisely to unleash that innovation, to build what Al Gore then called, if we can remember that, the information superhighway. And guess what? We were extraordinarily successful at that. But I think we might now want to step back and ask ourselves, what are some of the unintended consequences of Section 230? I mean, you look at things like electoral interference, other such, the horrible stories about teenagers and Instagram and Facebook knowing about the harms that it was causing and still not really doing anything to remedy that. I'm not blaming you for this personally.
We do a lot to remedy that.
Yeah, but that was something that we don't want to see happening in our country. And we might want to ask ourselves whether that law has outlived its usefulness. So I'm writing a piece for the next issue of Daedalus, this special issue on the future of free speech, basically arguing for the repeal of Section 230. If you look at something like Holly Blumenthal, that legislation is specifically targeting generative AI in saying it doesn't receive the liability protections that social media does. But I think we can fairly ask the question, why do we need it for social media? Why can't people instead be encouraged to use decentralized autonomous organizations for their social media communications? And then we just nip in the bud a whole slew of problems, because we all know the problem with content moderation is even if you have the crackerjack content moderation team, they're going to strike down everything harmful immediately. Things move so quickly when those platforms are as big as they are that you have this viral explosion that you can't even contain. Section 230 allows that. We could get rid of it by simply repealing Section 230. So I would encourage Congress to go a little bit further than they are with the existing plans and just get rid of those 26 words, solve a lot of problems, create a real headache for Meta and also for Google, specifically YouTube. But I think adjustments could be made and society would be the beneficiary.
Kim or Peter, do either of you have a response that you would like to make?
Gosh, I don't even know where to begin. It would take us off in a completely different direction from open versus closed. So maybe I'll just let you have the last word on that one.
One thing I've been thinking a lot about, particularly as I talk to a wide variety of colleagues and students across the university, there's a significant number of common misunderstandings around AI and kind of in public discussion. That's also true around issues around free speech. There's the First Amendment versus kind of general principles of free speech. Open source as well, as whether or not it is the lowercase or uppercase, or is it generally just sharing of information, what are the restrictions of it. But one of the ones I think is most prevalent is the distinction between the internet and a model of the internet, which is what many of our LLMs are. Is they are a particular model, they are not the actual thing. And we see in many people's kind of first use of these language models is they treat it as if it were the internet. I think that has the effect of people bringing a lot of their assumptions about what are the rules of how we engage with social media and what Section 230 does or does not cover, or what a Google search ought to be able to do or ought not to be able to do. And that's where some of the confusion comes around. So for example, to bring my class into it again, we were, this is again image search. I guess it was DALL-E 3, but through Bing, because you haven't given me access yet to DALL-E 3. Let's fix that today. And we were doing, well, the prompts were related to Pythagoras and other Greek mathematicians. I was trying to get images of them teaching in kind of everyday, their everyday form. Humorously, DALL-E 3 produces all ancient Greeks as white marble statues. Like, I tried to get them to produce it as humans, and it wouldn't. They were always these white marble statues. Actually, it was an awesome aesthetic. It looked great. And then we tried to get it to do Archimedes. And it wouldn't. It would give us a content block, and our assumption being this is because Archimedes' story of Eureka is associated with a bathtub, and a bathtub might be associated with nudity. This is a pretty, and we could not get it to ever produce anything related to Archimedes, whereas every other Greek person was part of that. And this feels like a great, like a humorous, but also an invasion of what I expect to be able to produce if I were doing this with Google or a search engine. So clearly, the models of content moderation are dramatically different than what the kind of average user expects based upon their history of intersecting with the internet. So I'm curious how you are approaching the difference between the technical understanding of these different characteristics around open source, around free speech, around what a LLM is, versus this massive public interest that is going to have a different set of experiences and commitments they bring to them that are not the same as the kind of professional and technical ones. How are you mitigating the different expectations that a general audience versus an expert audience have?
Sure, yeah. I think this goes back to my earlier points on the need to, and quickly, update our mental models around this technology. Generative AI is not the same as search, not the same as social media. It's different in really fundamental ways. It's different today in fundamental ways. I think there's also an opportunity for discourse with society. In what ways should the generative AI that we know today, should this change? Should I'm not aware of any particular ban on Archimedes, but should that just all images of Archimedes should be allowed to be generated? And I'll note that this is actually an area where OpenAI, one, is very much living up to its name, and two, cares quite deeply. 11 months ago, OpenAI released ChatGPT to the world. What made that unique wasn't actually the model itself. That model had been around for a number of months. Many folks that I know in the AI industry were floored by the public reception to it. Just absolutely baffled. This is not new technology. Why is the public reacting in this way? It was the access. It was that the vast majority of people have not had access to these generative AI tools. So I think that access is critical for a ton of different reasons. One, it's critical because the world needs to update to where the technology is. The technology is moving at an absolute breakneck pace, and society needs to have, at minimum, access to those tools to be able to update accordingly, to ensure that our regulation is kept up to speed, that our mental models adjust accordingly, et cetera. And there is no replacement for that than actually having access to these tools. So I think there's a ton to unpack there, but relative to OpenAI's kind of perspective and approach, that's one really critical element.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, Kim, I think you have that absolutely right. And I would just even state it more generally that we're seeing this exponential growth in the power of these models, and the human mind doesn't do such a great job of comprehending exponential growth and what that actually means. And I myself was very skeptical about the power of these models till about 2 months ago, when I kind of agree with Douglas Hofstadter. If you've followed that, I mean, this is the ultimate humanist, the author of Gödel Escher Bach, who has completely flipped his views on what AI might be able to accomplish based on what he's seen transpire in the past couple of months. I feel the exact same way. I like to talk about artificial intelligence now as alien intelligence, because I really get the sense that this thing is going to become way smarter than me on one axis of intelligence. The fact of the matter is, and what we emphasize at getting plurality, my Harvard project is that there are many types of intelligence. This is just one form of intelligence, but it's pretty clear to me that it's going to be able to do things I can't, it already can do things I can't do. It sees patterns I can't see. I used a GPT-4 to write this book proposal I talked about, Who Elected Big Tech. It would have probably taken me 6 months to write it using my regular tools. I wrote it in 2 weeks using GPT-4 because I would see certain patterns and then I could give it a prompt where it would give me 16 examples of the pattern. It's extraordinary. So we're on the brink of something genuinely unprecedented. I think a lot of people are in Washington, you hear people say, oh, everybody's, hyping these effective altruists are really a problem because they're hyping these existential risks and existential threats, and that's keeping us from focus on the problem right under our noses, which is what I sort of alluded to but didn't say directly, that all of the problems with social media that we saw play out in 2020, elections 2020, have not been fixed. They're still there. And what have we added to the mix? We've added to the mix the possibility of automated disinformation from these open source models, potentially, that can be, trained to do a variety of things that we might not want to see them doing. So it's a whole new world, and education is going to be absolutely critical in getting people to understand how urgent these matters are. It seems like Congress is getting it. We'll see what they can accomplish.
That'll be a whole nother panel.
Yeah, that will be.
I did briefly just want to close before I open up to the discussion from the group. The previous panel was on language, including many more languages into this. And then, Kim, you gave us a demonstration of the image capabilities, which is yet another whole possible world of new information to kind of put into that. That's going to run into just the same set of questions around which type of person is able to put in which kind of information and gets processed. And we might just be repeating some of this, these ways of language training, diversity, and inclusion not being kind of evenly distributed. Here's an area where I think a lot of the proponents of open source can make a pretty strong argument that open source collaboration is superior to market pressure for the inclusion of really the long tail of these various areas, be it text or image and other ways, whereas the proprietary models can often argue that sustainability of what they provide is easier to support if there's a kind of a market company behind it. Both of your groups have spent a lot of time thinking about how to add that long tail, particularly in text. I expect it's going to be happening in image and other multimodal versions. How are you seeing, this is particular for you, Kim, by not open sourcing one way to deal with the long tail with around text is to open source it and allow those communities that care to bring their own material to the development as a much faster way instead of having to kind of do it all in-house. How has that not been the choice made to when dealing particularly with that question of how do you get this to communities that don't have market pressures in the same way?
Mm-hmm. That's absolutely something OpenAI spends a lot of time thinking about. In fact, there is a program or partnership that OpenAI forged now probably close to 2 years ago with the Icelandic government which is Icelandic, not a language spoken by too many people in the world. The Icelandic government was very interested in ensuring that they kind of didn't fall behind, were able to bear some of the benefits of the generative AI explosion. And so OpenAI has worked with the Icelandic government to, in a partnership to build tools toward serving this one particular lower resource language. Obviously, there are many, many more languages out there that that could benefit from this type of approach, and I'm not sure that partnership was a particularly scalable one. So, I mean, it's a known issue. As OpenAI considers the competing equities here, the competing challenges, safety continues to be a primary, and I suppose in this set of circumstances, paramount concern. Now, that's not to say that lower resource languages are then just, there's nothing to be done. There are partnerships, there's parts of the organization that are working to explore how we might improve the quality and safety of our models in the kind of long tail of languages. But I think it's just the reality that, again, I think there's somewhat of a false binary here, but if we are kind of holding up open source versus centralization, there are benefits and costs to both, and OpenAI, I think, is quite clear as to where we see those net out.
Thank you all. I'd like to open up to the floor for questions and wait for the microphone before asking your question.
Hi, thanks for coming in. My name's Theo. This is more directed at Meta. Meta doesn't have the best history with data privacy and the data they have access to and what they're giving out. So with that in mind, and when you talk about open source AI, the amount of data that could be trained on could also be personal data, given that Meta owns Instagram and a lot of different social medias. What are the concerns with the data that Llama is being trained on and open sourcing that to give access to the general public?
Very fair question. Meta user data was not used to train the models that went into LLMs, the Llama 2 models. Those models were trained on a very broad, diverse set of publicly available data that's out there on the internet, some of it licensed, some of it available in other ways that we think are consistent with copyright laws. So to hold us to account from a privacy perspective is always fair. I think that's less of an issue in terms of these foundation models than it might be in other settings.
Hi, I had a question directed for you, Allison. So I know that Open Society makes efforts to combat political interference online, but since bias is necessary, I'm kind of curious how algorithmic bias is going to contradict the idea of basic free speech. And I know you mentioned how you used GPT-4, right? And along the same lines, in the US, a $20 minimum wage can pay for your GPT-4 subscription, but it is possible to verify someone's payment information and pair that with the minimum wage associated with that location. I guess this is more for you, Kim. I don't really understand why OpenAI hasn't sort of figured out a way to charge someone in India who's making the equivalent of maybe $2 a day, a proportionally smaller amount for a ChatGPT Plus subscription.
Do you want to go first or should I?
Please.
You put your finger on a really important question, and that's this. Who should have access to the world's knowledge, right? So should access to knowledge be a luxury good? Because you're right. I pay a subscription for GPT-4. It's beyond the means of most citizens in the world to have access to that. And I can give you a whole range of other examples where we're basically stratifying the population in terms of their access to the internet and the goods it can bring about. And that's extraordinarily damaging for a democracy. People have to have access to the same information. And I think it'd be great if we would just restore net neutrality, which the Trump administration did away with, because that was trying to preserve that. With respect to your first question, the history of content moderation with social media is just not a story of a rules-based regime, and this is independent of the company in question. In my book, I really go over that quite a degree of detail, going through the Facebook files, looking at the embargoed report from the January 6th Commission. And what you really see, to summarize, and I'm not meaning to be sensationalist here, is that the rules were kind of arbitrarily applied, no matter how you slice it. It's not a rules-based regime as stands, which is part of the reason why I say, well, why do we want companies moderating content? Why not get rid of Section 230 and let the First Amendment govern properly?
I will admit to living quite far from the billing strategy at OpenAI. So with that premise, again, I would note OpenAI was actually a trailblazer in giving free access to these tools, and it still is the case that the vast majority of individuals who use ChatGPT do so entirely for free. ChatGPT Plus, the paid service, gives people access to new products and features, and it's simply the case that GPT-4 is costlier to run. At the end of the day, I mean, I think our CEO said publicly cost of training was eye-watering. We are a business at the end of the day, and so there's a certain amount of kind of keeping the lights on, keeping the data centers running, that I presume is required. But again, I'm fairly far from the books.
Kim, you said something that like really caught my eye, which is that generative AI blows up the moderate less down the stack paradigm. Would you expound upon what you mean by that?
I'm not sure I would have. I'm not sure that I would phrase it in that way. I guess what I meant to say by it blows up that paradigm is that we again have this mental model of that kind of stack from infrastructure to platform. And I don't think that generative AI companies, particularly those like OpenAI that we don't have a distribution platform, I don't think we neatly fit into that anywhere on that particular spectrum. Again, you could kind of argue both sides of it. On the one hand, we make the model that suggests a certain amount of responsibility. On the other hand, again, they're one-to-one experiences. There's no distribution platform associated with them. So I think to refer back to David's conversation, does it look a little bit more like Gmail than YouTube? That's kind of what I was trying to get at.
Hello. We have our first, so I am going to defer to this, live stream question, which is really fun.
So India's government has passed the Information Technology Amendment Rule that authorizes a fact-check unit of the central government to identify fake or false or misleading information that is in respect of any business of the government. And if entities fail to comply with this, they lose other forms of governmental protections. And this applies to all types of search engines, social media platforms. So what do companies do when they are faced with a situation like this? And if a degree of centralization is required to balance the costs of the increasingly developing technology, then how can we trust the central authority, that is the government, to act in our best interests?
I can start off. I mean, I think the question speaks to a difficult situation that we have in many places around the world. I have had for some time, actually, although I think in certain regards it's becoming ever more prominent, where we are getting asked to change our rules, to bend our rules, to keep people in a location, to keep data in a location, in ways that would fundamentally affect the way we do business. I mean, there's a lot that could be said about this, and partly this, interestingly, goes to a question that sort of wound its way through the morning's discussion about why we have global rules rather than regional rules. One of the reasons is, in most cases, if we had to change our rules, it would be going down the spectrum of protections for free speech and other fundamental rights, and we don't want to do that. And having global rules enables us to sort of keep a united front, a level playing field, a way for people to communicate in ways that we think are important around the world. We do, of course, respect local law, and when we get requests to, authorized, fully legitimate requests under local law, we will in many cases, discuss those with the government, push back, ask for details, ask for the request to be narrowed. At the end of the day, if the request is legitimate and we decide that we need to comply with it, then we will geo-block that content in the particular country and keep it available in other areas. You know, the question of misinformation adds sort of a further layer of complexity, because here we're not talking about something that is as amenable to hard and fast rules. Since you get into gray areas, you get into opinion, and it's been pretty well documented that we have an approach that entails labeling and demoting in feed content that our external fact checkers determine is misinformation rather than removing it, although we do remove misinformation when we determine that there's an imminent risk of physical harm. So very complex subject, very much of the moment. I guess I'll have to leave it there.
One more.
All right, last question.
Hi, thanks so much for being here, guys. One question I had is, in terms of the criminal justice system that we have in our society, there's a certain set of standards, like regarding human rights, regarding forensics, regarding detective work. And my question is, how is AI going to kind of integrate into the future? Because it has such big capabilities, just in terms of the information it has access to. But I'd love to hear your guys' thoughts on how this can be properly implemented.
From OpenAI's perspective, criminal justice touches on an area. There are a number of areas wherein there are potential for really significant benefits and also very significant risks that kind of live very close to one another. I've heard a lot of theories that with the rise of generative AI, we're going to see a lot more appeals from incarcerated individuals, for instance, which seems like a unequivocally good thing. But also, I'm here to tell you, do not use ChatGPT as your personal attorney. So there are areas where there's significant opportunity, very close to significant risk. I'm not extraordinarily close to the criminal justice context, but this is an area that I know the EU AI Act has called out, or at least some versions of it, since it's still in the process of being finalized, has called out as an area of high risk, wherein we should be very cautious about the use of AI tools in kind of automated decision-making processes. Now, there are certainly uses of AI that fall short of, let's determine if this person is or is not guilty. There might be, a ton of uses in kind of sorting through mountains of information, in evidence quality, et cetera. So I think that there's no easy answer. This is an emergent space. But we need to be open to the notion that there are going to be, again, extraordinary opportunities and benefits in very close proximity to extraordinary risks, and transparency, engagement with a wide variety of stakeholders. There's a whole host of things we need to do societally to kind of figure out if we're walking that fence appropriately.
Will you all please thank me? Please join me in thanking our wonderful speakers today.
Thank you, Ole, and the panel. We have one last presentation today, and it's one that I'm very excited about. One of the foundational beliefs of the Future Free Speech Project is that the values of free speech and equality are mutually reinforcing rather than mutually exclusive. And we're very inspired by my favorite American of all time, Frederick Douglass, who said that the right of speech is a very precious one, especially to the oppressed. And that's why we have been so lucky as to convince Jesse and his data science department to help us work on a a prototype of a counter speech tool to try and counter hate speech through the use of free speech. So really using the good sides of free speech to fight the dark sides. And today we're going to have a demonstration of the first version of that, and Jesse can tell you more about it and demonstrate it. And of course, it's something that we hope a lot of you will have an interest in and maybe contribute to refining as this is a work in progress. Jesse, the stage is yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And this has been a terrific collaboration. So thank you for the invitation in so we could collaborate. And I'd like to actually have the members of the data science team, if you could sort of stand up, everyone who worked on this. So these are all folks who've worked on this, and let's, okay. And actually I'd like to I'll pull up, oh, there we go. I'll pull up everyone who's worked on this one to recognize the work that you've done. Although I've got to, of course, now restart my machine because it didn't just shut down, of course. It completely crashed. So let me talk just a little bit about what we did, and you all can sit down. We'll get started up again in just one moment. So when we began our conversation, Jakob, we were trying to explore the things that we might be able to do together, right? Applying AI, and we were sort of we were going after a number of different possibilities. But one of the challenges that you mentioned was that you were interested in offering an alternative to, one possible would be an alternative to centralized moderation. What would it look like to have empowered individuals to provide human in the loop moderation? And some of the conversation was providing training and best practices to individuals, and it got me thinking, well, why not use the tools that we're talking about that otherwise would be used without human in the loop, but modify them slightly, and so we could use those self-same tools to actually empower people to respond quickly. So that's when we put together a team. First of all, over the summer, we had these individuals working, Eleanor, Katrina, Sovan, and then over this semester, we've had this group that you see before you in this team here, led by our technical lead, Miranda, here, and Umang as well, and our project manager, Carl. And what we decided to do was to build a solution that would leverage generative AI, but allow individuals to respond quickly in an informed way, but in a way that followed their principles and was in their voice and would give them a quick first draft. Because here's the situation. Here's what happens. You see a post which is a hate speech post. You're very unlikely to actually necessarily be able to change that person's opinions, but one thing that you could do is you could counter the speech. You could make the first post, make an informed response a first post. But there's the rub. You've got to make sure that you're fully informed about exactly what they were talking about. You have to have a well-reasoned response. You have to make this and so it could have an impact. It's funny, or it appeals to people's better nature, or is snarky, or however you want to do it. Oh, and by the way, you need to do it immediately. Because if you don't, then your response is simply going to follow further and further and further down, and no one's going to see that. So that was the intent. So a quick show of hands, how many people actually took a moment over lunch to sign up to use the app? Okay, a few folks. So I'm going to ask the data science team to walk around a little bit. If you're interested in trying out the application, I'd ask you to raise your hand, and we're going to circulate around, and we're going to help you get set up right now. You can actually do it on your phone, or you can do it on your laptop. Oh, your phone, is the wireless down?
They said it'll crash.
It'll crash, okay.
If we do laptops.
All right, so we'll do phone. A select few might be able to get away with it on your laptop. Let me go ahead and pull this up here, as a matter of fact. Now let's go ahead and take a look and see what the application might look like. So you all are going to be getting set up, and I'm going to be taking you through how we would actually accomplish this. So this is called the Frequalizer. This was a name from Jacob. Was this a did you share where the name came from already?
Well, I actually think it was sort of, I think actually Dr. Sherrill came up with it as well. I think we were sort of jamming while we were sitting.
You were jamming when you were coming up with it.
Around that, but it's sort of the idea of combining freedom and equality, how these two values go hand in hand, and again tapping into the thinking of Frederick Douglass. And we actually tried to use GPT to come up with the name, but we were not completely satisfied with the suggestions.
So you all are going to be getting set up on this on your laptops, and we're going to go through an example here. So I'm going to go ahead and sign in to my account, which I've created, and you'll be able to create your account as well. I will point out, first of all, that this is a first pass, a first generation, and we're going to be interested in your feedback on this, and. Yes. Oh, I'm copying my GitHub password. Well, that would make it ineffective, then wouldn't it? I thank you. Terrific. So here's the idea. You'd like to be able to do the following. You find a post. You want to respond to the post, and so you paste the post here. Then ideally what's going to happen is you get more information about the post because there may be coded language, there may be aspects of the post that you don't fully appreciate at first. And so hopefully over here we're going to populate some more information that's going to be relevant to you. You might want to put a word limit to how many words you want to. Maybe you're on Twitter or you're someplace where you're on a limit. Then what you want to have is you want to have a draft response. A first pass draft response, and then you want to be able to edit that response here or request a new draft. But if that's all that we do, then what you're going to be getting is a response which is GPT-4's response, which is going to be a response by committee. It's not going to be your voice, and it's not even going to be that much of a contribution. So instead, what we do is, right here, when we first set up the account, we ask you a couple of things. First of all, an OpenAI key. You've got to pay for the inferencing, but actually we have some free keys for you to use. But then put your principles in, and the more information you give about your principles, the better job then the draft the GPT-4 will do in drafting something which is consistent with your principles. And actually, this turns out to be a rather difficult thing to do. You have to think about this, and you might even need to iterate through it. The second is your writing style. And we're going to see some examples of this in just a few minutes. This also can be difficult. But again, if you want this to be in your voice, you need to be able to give some guidance into what are your principles and what is your voice. But let's go ahead and see what we can do given just that brief feedback that I gave on my principles. And let's see how we can do with a post. So I'm going to have to take one more moment here and pull up my sample here. All right, so I have a free speech, I have a hate speech example, and this does consider, this is trans, considered a hate speech against trans people. This is something that I did run across that I found disturbing. Newsflash: trans men are not men, and trans women are not women, especially. It's pretty clear. You're the sex that you were born with, that God gave you, and that's that. All right. So let's go ahead and say that I would like to respond to this. Even though I have a trans family member, I have to admit that when I saw this some time ago, I didn't respond. Because I felt like I didn't know what to say. And I felt a little bit of shame that I didn't. I have a family member. But at the same time, by the time that I got around to think about it, it was way past. Couldn't respond fast enough. So first pass here, the very first time that you run this, it does take some time to actually generate, because we're actually making a connection not only to generate this, but we're also making a connection to a set of documents which represent best practices in countering hate speech. So that connection needs to be made, and then we're going to be doing a search against that will be included in the prompt that's generated. So think about, I'm going to go and start running it, and I'm going to say, let's go and see if we can do 40 words. We're going to keep this short. And we'll let this start running. It will take a little bit to do. So what happens now? First, there's a separate prompt which is run to get background information. Please examine the following posts, see if there's, and provide any relevant information which may be in the post and may be coded in the post. Second, we run a prompt that I'll share with you if there's time permitting, which says, here are my principles. I want to respond to hate speech. Here's an example of the type of wording that I use. Here is information that I found about this post. So let's take a look at the information first. This post is an example of transphobic hate speech, range of negative attitudes. Trans is short for transgender, especially after trans women are not women, suggests a particular bias against transgender women. And reference to God suggests the author may be using religious beliefs to justify their transphobic views. So, breaking news, because remember in mine I said that I do like to use humor. So breaking news, trans is short for transcendent, because trans folks are so beyond these outdated notions of gender. They're out there living their truth while some are still stuck in the biology class of 1950. Trans is beautiful, love is love. Not bad. If I don't like this, then I can say and ask for another edit. So I can say, please redraft and include more snark. And regenerate. So how many people are now set up? Okay. I would encourage you to go ahead and to try this. And let's see if this will regenerate for me. It's regenerated already? Oh, do I need to do a submit? Oh, it just used, okay. All right, so it did it just a little bit, it did add moth-eaten concepts of gender. So yes, it did get snarkier and keep it pretty much the same. So, how many people are now signed up? Because I'd actually like for you to be able to try this and to try it. Fantastic. Go ahead and take a moment and try, remember that the setup turns out to be rather important. We're going to go through, we're going to try some other setups now. So recall in my first account setup, I had my principles, but then I didn't have anything with my writing style. So let's go ahead and see what impact that has. So I have a sample set up here for compassionate and persuasive, all right? So principles for this version of me is I recognize the worth and dignity of every person. When someone posts hate speech, I want to counter what they are posting, but try to be respectful and to appeal to the other person's better senses, all right? So I'm going to put that into my principles here. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually give some examples of writing as well. Let's spread understanding, not hate. We're all human at the end of the day. We're all human. Let's treat each other with kindness. And we'll try these as examples of writing. And then we're going to try and regenerating. So when we save changes here, just so you know, this information is saved with the user's account. This is not uploaded locally. This is not uploaded. This is all kept local. It's not uploaded. So any principles that you have here, any writing style, is only kept and saved in your own private account. It's not shared. Let's go ahead and respond to that same post and see if we get a response that's a little bit more consistent with our sample of writing. So here I'm going to grab the same post here. And we're going to do 40 words again, and then we're going to submit. So how many people here now have tried a post? Haven't tried a post yet? Okay, so we had one person who tried a post. Did you try the post? And did you? What did you think of your response?
To be honest, I think it's quite long. Maybe because I already set the word limit to be like 300, which is.
Oh, that's a lot.
Yeah,
yes.
And then I realized, no, I
That's
didn't want to read
post.
that much amount of content. But yeah,
Yes.
I think. But in general, I think the topics of the responses make sense.
Yeah.
At least, yeah, based on this post that I try.
Excellent. Very good. So let's see what response we got back here. So you remember that this was not snarky. This was meant to respect people's worth and dignity. Let's remember that everyone's journey is unique. Trans men are men, trans women are women. Their identities are valid and deserve respect. Let's choose understanding over division, empathy over animosity. We're all human. Let's treat each other as such. So this does recognize both the principles and also the type of speech. And the critical thing here is that the human is in the loop. They're accelerated. You can quite possibly be the first response. This can be rapidly done. But it is inherently and essentially in your voice and reflecting your principles. Has someone else tried the post yet? Yes.
I tried like 40 word limits.
Oh, yes, and the models are not very good at counting. This is partially because they're generating tokens, they're not generating words, so it's a weak suggestion. Did it get the word count right or no?
I didn't count the word, but it seems it's right.
Okay, good.
And the specifications I have put for the response, it seems it followed the same.
Excellent. And were you sort of pleased with how did it sort of get your principles in there if you did put your principles?
Yeah, I just put like a simple line in the original post, and yeah, I think I liked it because I was smiling like when I was reading the response. So yeah, I think it's there.
Excellent.
But I might be a little more harsh when I was responding like originally, but it's like a positive, sweet response to something not good.
So one of the advancements that we'd like to make is that when people have draft responses that they like, especially if they've edited them, to go ahead and automatically save those as good examples of responses that you like to make. Again, held locally. This is all done through a longer and longer prompt. This is not training a model. This is data that is still held locally. So let me go and share what some of the things that we'd like to do next with this, since we really are at the end of our time. First of all, I'd like to ask for your feedback. As you try this out, please do give feedback. We'll include a link on the application to get feedback directly from there. Next steps is localization in languages. You will notice that this is all in English. The prompt is in English. The guidance documents are in English. How well this is going to do in the underrepresented languages? Quite possibly not well. So can we do better by having the prompts in local languages? We'll have to explore that. Second, we'd like to do an agent-based review for best practice of counterspeech. Right now, we query a large number of documents for effective countering of hate speech. What we'd like to do instead is actually have an agent that would review the response that was made and then provide suggestions on that. But that's more intensive, take a little bit longer to run, but that's one of the things that we'd like to look at. We'd like to, again, store those preferred responses. And finally, we'd like to offer organizational editions. So the idea here is that there are organizations that train individuals to respond to hate speech online. So can you make an organizational edition which, in addition to having the principles of the individual, has the principles of the organization with which they're working? And to make it in so that if they care to have more a common thread or message, that they would be able to respond quickly, respecting the principles of the individual and of the organization of which they're a part. So I invite you to try this out. I invite you to please give us feedback as you will on this as you are working with it. We'll be starting not next week, we're going to take a week off, but then after that we're going to be starting work after that before we present this at the Justitia conference in December. Thank you all very much for your time, and thank you for your feedback.
Thank you, Jesse. I'm super excited about this model, also because in the best of all worlds, this model, even though we've trained it on various definitions of hate speech, it is not dependent on one authoritative source. So you had an example about hate speech against trans people, but it could also be conservative Christians who feel that they're being maligned because of their faith. And so it's not sort of one group or the other, and if you feel, your definition of what is hateful is what you can respond to, and so the underlying idea here is that a lot of organizations that are concerned about hate speech online are incentivized to put pressure on governments and on big tech platforms. So there's a lot of demand for restrictions, and that translates into supply for restrictions. And our hope is that initiatives like these can show that free speech includes its own ways to try and remedy and provide agency, empower individuals and organizations in this space, and thus will result in less need for centralized content moderation by big tech platforms. I see a question. I don't know if I'm the right person to ask for it. If it's on the technical side, you want to talk to Jesse and not this lawyer.
I appreciate that. I was kind of curious if the team has put any thought to how this might be misused, because I could definitely see this as a really effective toolkit for countering factual information with misinformation at an increasingly granular scope at scale.
Certainly, that was an early concern. The work that we've done here is not magical. Other people could absolutely do that. But one of the possibilities that we've explored is not open sourcing it, but making this available through an API. That's one possibility, but that's a conversation that we'll need to have. Certainly releasing it to organizations which are known to be countering hate speech, but it's a real question whether it should be open source. But again, this is not something which would be impossible to reverse engineer.
Okay.
I have another question. I think it's to Jesse. I'm also a Vanderbilt student, but it's really nice that you developed something. But why would someone use like your tool, not something that's already in there? Because I can just go to ChatGPT and frame the same question. They can give me an answer because they can now write poetry and everything. So why would someone be interested to using this tool?
So the difference is you could do this using just the ChatGPT window. However, you would need to run several different queries, right? So first you'd have to say, please give me any background information that you have about this post. Give me that. Oh, also, by the way, please reference best practices on countering hate speech, so use that to inform. Oh, also, here are my principles, which I've now listed, and here's samples of my writing. So really, it's a matter of just marshaling all of those forces together, and very critically doing so in a way that's very rapid, and a way that doesn't require a lot of overhead. Once you have this set up, then you're ready to go, right? Then you post in the prompt. You have something which is you put in the post. You have something which should be close to your voice, which you can quickly edit and then send out. So, but you're going to be finding what you're saying is absolutely true, and you're going to be finding that with a lot of tools that are built with AI tools, it's kind of like, well, I could kind of do that. Yes, you could. Does it make you faster? Does it enable you? Does it empower you? Those are the questions.
That was our last presentation today. I'm terribly sorry to disappoint you with that I'm not going to be speaking for 30 minutes for closing remarks as set out in the program. I know everyone who's sort of desperately looking forward to that. Instead, I want us to preserve energy for tomorrow, where we have, among other things, a keynote speech by Professor Max Tegmark. It's at 8:30 a.m. in this room. In this room. Yeah. There's breakfast as well, and then I just want to give a huge thanks to everyone who's worked incredibly hard on putting this conference together. From Vanderbilt to Wendy Birch, my COO, who has been working while I was vacationing in the Smoky Mountains until yesterday afternoon. So without them, none of this would have been possible. So thanks a lot for your hard work on this. It's gone really smooth. So thanks a lot, and look forward to seeing you all tomorrow. If you so those of you not from Nashville, have fun on Lower Broadway, but don't spend more time on the music than the drinking if you're to be here at 8:30 in the morning. Thank you so much.